Good afternoon, everyone. Hijang Kishana Hili Karagiwina, Hochang Karajara Gisada Sadich Maninga Ngaide. I greet each and every one of you. My name is Jessica Greendeer, Gisada Sadich Maninga Ngaide. I'm from the Ho-Chunk Nation in Wisconsin, and I'm a member of the Deer Clan. And you wanted to know also like why we're excited about seed saving, Shannon?
Yeah, you can say maybe about what seed saving means to you, or maybe your work as it relates to seed saving.
Absolutely. So the work that I do, I'm not only a home grower, but I also am the seed keeper and farm manager for Dream of Wild Health Farm, which is located outside of Minneapolis, St. Paul. And we serve the Native community of Minneapolis and St. Paul, as well as teach our future generations how to grow food, preserve it, and prepare it. What I'm most excited about with seed saving is this is the work that my ancestors did, and being able to continue to do that work is incredibly exciting. It's incredibly exciting, and I'm just very grateful and honored to be able to do the work and be here to share about it with all of you today.
Bonjour, Indigenous. Hello, everyone. My name is Shiloh Maples. I'm located in Southeast Michigan. I'm Ojibwe Nodawa. And I'm joining you today as part of the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance. I'm with the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network. It's always a mouthful. Indigenous Seed Keepers Network, specifically in the Upper Midwest. I'm the new regional coordinator for the Upper Midwest for our Indigenous Seed Keepers Network. And so my role is really to help support local leaders, growers, and communities throughout the Midwest in their seed sovereignty initiatives, and to help build our capacity in the region to be more seed resilient and secure. And I'm really excited. I don't know, I get so excited about seeds. It's hard to pick just one thing that gets me really excited, but I'm relatively new to this position. I've only been in the regional coordinator role for a couple of months. Before that, I worked in Detroit, where I helped start a food sovereignty initiative there in the Indigenous community. And so I'm really excited in connecting in a bigger way with other Indigenous growers throughout the region this season. I'm really pumped about that. Thank you, and I look forward to our next couple of days together.
Trent Askinahat and Sego Segoli. I'm a Mohawk and Anishinaabe. I'm long lost. I've been living in my wife's community here of Tesuque Pueblo, which is in northern New Mexico. I'm program director for the Traditional Native American Farmers Association, which is a nonprofit. We've been in existence since 1992. Since the pandemic, and it seems like everybody's been on these virtual meetings by Zoom and so forth. I've been too, but I'm sort of still kind of new to this technology. So bear with me if it looks like I'm struggling here. But I thank everybody for being in attendance. I guess I've been farming and gardening, I guess, since, like many of you maybe, since I was a young boy. And I've went professional, meaning I got paid for doing farm work since I was age 13. And I've been at it ever since. If you look at some of the statistics from U.S. Department of Agriculture, they say the average age of a farmer is about 64 to 66 years old. So I tell everybody I'm above average so, in age. The seed part, again, like my counterparts here, it's exciting, and it takes you into a whole different level of gardening, farming, and all of that. So it's just a different phase of what we call food or food sovereignty. One of the our association's actually been doing these workshops live and in person for quite a few years, since probably about 1994. And the very first one we did was actually here in the Pueblo of Tesuque, and it lasted 5 days. And that's hands-on, and that's a crash course. So we're getting the tip of the iceberg in the next 3 days. Some of the expertise of people, you could go to university and spend 4 to 6 years or even longer in this topic. But since the beginning of last year, I mentioned the pandemic, our association generally had been for many years providing these traditional seeds to growers, farmers, and so forth. And last year, I'm sure a lot of people seen the huge surge in people's wanting to have control of their food systems. So the first thing that happened was actually everybody went looking for seeds, and a lot of the conventional seed companies actually crashed. They couldn't handle the demand, and then in some cases, a lot of the those institutions were actually also experiencing the virus in their workplace, so they had to shut down for a period of time. So that put more of a panic into the whole equation. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things, and I think from this next portion, we'll be kind of getting an idea of what people would want to learn in the next few days. But when I've started these workshops on seeds, I always ask the question for everyone. And there's no right or wrong answer to this question, but we're going to be talking about seeds for the next 3 days. So the question I have is to everyone is, what is a seed? Okay, that's my intro. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing. I guess if you all want to answer that question, feel free to put that in the chat box and we can talk about it at some point during this workshop. So next on the agenda, we're going to go straight into our seed saving song in place of the prayer for today. So that is going to be led by Shiloh.
Thank you, Shannon. So just a little context about the song I'm about to share. The song is a gift that comes from an Anishinaabe midwife, Doreen Day. I learned it from my seed mentor, Rowan White. She's given me permission to share this song with you. And this seed song comes from the root of an Anishinaabe birthing song. As seed stewards, or seed stewardship is a form of midwifery. We're bringing life forward, and we approach the seeds in the same manner we do with our children, our babies in our community, bringing them into this world. And it's a great honor to care for them as they care for us. And so I'm going to share my screen here and play it's just a short recording of the song. but it has the translation of the words, and I invite you all to sing to either this song or songs that you may have to your seeds as they're growing them, because they love to hear those songs as we're taking care of them.
Manjishka, mani du miles, ashkena, milo bimadiwe. Manjishka, Manjishka, mani du miles. Ashkena milo bimadiwe.
Were you able to see that? I just want to make sure. Okay, cool, because it said that my screen share was on pause. But I want to share that recording with you, and I'm glad I shared the recording because I was going to sing it, but my dog likes to sing along, and he actually started singing in the background a little bit with the recording. So as I said, I'd love to invite folks to, I'll pass this, the lyrics on to Shannon so that she can share that with all the participants, but since we've been given permission to share the song, I invite you to use this song when you're planting and caring for the seeds. Thank you.
That was beautiful. I'll definitely make sure to share that with everyone. So next we have on the agenda are the panel styled questions for our seed savers today. If you all are ready, you want to head into that? Okay. So first question, you all already kind of answered, just like who you are. But if you want to talk more about your work as it relates to seed saving, feel free to do that in this question as well. But I'm going to go ahead and go into question number 2. So it's important that we recognize that there are so many different and unique aspects of Native American culture, and we can see that through learning about different tribes. If you don't mind, can you all please share which tribe you are a part of and why seed saving is important to you specifically? And that last part of the question, you all kind of answered that too already, but if you want to go in deeper, feel free.
I don't see anyone else jumping, so I guess I'll go ahead and go. So as I mentioned earlier when I was introducing myself, for almost the last 10 years, I've been working doing food systems work in different capacities, and I spent about 9 of those years working in Detroit. But even prior to that, like I feel like this is really, I'm trying to tell the short version here. It's been a lifelong journey for me. So I'm the first generation in over 100 years on my mom's side of the family to be raised by their parents because of the boarding schools and the other things that have happened to our communities. And so coming of age, I had a lot of questions about what it meant to be an Indigenous person. And throughout this lifelong journey of trying to come home to myself for an understanding of my own Indigenous identity, a large part of that has been reconnecting with our traditional foods. And, through our traditional foods, that connected me to so many other aspects of Anishinaabe culture, and has really helped me to understand my role and responsibility as an Anishinaabe woman. And so it's very deep, personal, spiritual work for me, being on this path. And I just feel really honored to be in a position now where I can use insights from my own journey to help others that want to walk this path as well. And and it's just, my last 2 years working in Detroit, part of the reason I got connected with seeds in the first place was as a part of that particular program we were starting. It's called Sacred Roots. And community members said that they wanted better access to our traditional foods, but a lot of the foods they wanted access to didn't exist in our community. And so I wrote letters to existing Indigenous food programs around the continent and told them what we were trying to do, what we were trying to build in our community, and asked them for donations, not of money, but of any seeds that they were willing to share with us to start a seed library, and that I would do my best to try to take care of them and share them with the community. And so as part of that, I quickly learned that I needed to do a lot of learning myself because I didn't know how to care for them. And so I had to learn quickly. And so I did that, and it's, all sorts of packages shortly started coming in, and almost all of them with letters about where they came from. And my team member, which some of you may know, Rosebud, she could attest to this, that every package that came in, I would start crying in a good way, because it felt like such an honor that people were trusting us and trusting parts of themselves and their community to us. And even if they didn't know us personally, were willing to support our community. And so I've just continued on this path, and it's enriched my life so much. I've grown so much along with the seeds. And our Jessica and I's mentor Rowan often say that we don't grow the seeds grow us. And that's definitely true.
I guess I'll go next. You mentioned a little bit about, I guess the fracturing, the displacement of our families, boarding schools and some other institutions that wanted to, I guess, destroy our communities, our families, and so forth. And in part of that whole, fracturing, a lot of the food systems were also equally fractured. And when you talked about when you were receiving those seeds, the question I had earlier was, what is a seed? And in many cases, people answer, they're our relatives. So it's part of our family returning that we need to embrace and care for and cherish, and make sure that our children and grandchildren will know those relatives. So that's part of, what part of the work that I enjoy so much about that too. We all have maybe similar experiences. But one of the things that we have been also experiencing, and it depends on how people are evaluating how the climate has been changing. The diversity of seeds that our people have, those histories go back probably thousands of years. And those seeds have experienced those different climate changes already, and they have a memory of those things. And so the more of those relatives we have will ensure that our children and our grandchildren will have good nutrition and a secure future. And that's part of my interest in this. The other part of it is real basic, is that those foods that our parents, our grandparents, our ancestors enjoyed, I want to enjoy them too. They have different flavors, different textures, everything. And so that's you know, when you plant something new and you have enough seed, you can enjoy that and share it with your family. When we first started doing this back with our children and started getting some rare endangered seeds, my children didn't quite figure out why we were growing things and not eating them yet. You know, they were kind of like, after they worked all summer long hard at it, they said, "What? We're not going to eat this?" I said, "No, we're going to, maybe next year." So it's all tied together.
Yeah, with my tribe as well, you know, our agriculture was far removed from where we are today. A lot of things I had to do was do a lot of research on my own people, you know, like through my grandparents, I learned, you know, like my grandmother was in a boarding school. And I had later interviewed my grandmother, who was in her 90s when she passed. And I talked to her about the gardens. And her mother, or my great grandmother, had different songs that she would sing. And my grandmother was like, I can't remember the words because it didn't make any sense, is what she had said. And it's so devastating to know, like, what, you know, just with my grandmother, what she had missed out on, being removed and not learning those songs that my great grandmother had sung in her garden. And I know my grandmother grew up in a very agricultural heavy home where they had a homestead and they grew corn, and they would haul water, as she'd said, from the creek. You know, she would haul water every day with her brothers and sisters, and they would water the corn. And when the corn got to their knees is when they would travel to the Dells Indian camp, is where lots of Ho-Chunk people would gather and make their income for the year, you know, with taking pictures with tourists and posing for different things, especially along our the Dells, like cliffs and boat tours. So it was incredibly heartbreaking when I first started off on this journey. And just a little background on myself, I was in the Army for a while. And when I came home, I was looking for a new line of work. And I wanted to fix our food system, you know, something super easy that you can do in one season. So, you know, wanted to look at ways of repairing our food system, not just as a, you know, tons of populations around Turtle Island, but specifically for my own tribe. And at that point, you know, I was focused on market vegetable production. And that's when the seeds started to find me. And it was definitely a lot of responsibility and a lot of maybe more obligation than I needed to sort of crash course and become a student to the seeds. And luckily, you know, the way our paths are beautifully woven, where we come across other people, I met Rowan White, and I was scared. You know, I talked to her about seeds that my father had saved before he had passed, and not knowing how to take care of something and not sure how to take care of the seeds, not wanting to mess it up, but also not knowing how many seeds are actually out there. You know, our ancestral seeds are not something that we can go to the local garden store and buy a packet of. You know, it's something that is shared through families or through clans and different lineages, where it's there somewhere, but it's also not, you know, there's no billboard showing you exactly where they're at. So a lot of, you know, I had to do a lot of interviews with my elders of my community. And then additionally finding different resources out there, like an unpublished manuscript from back in the 19-teens, the Ethnobotany of the Ho-Chunk by Huron Smith, who worked with the Milwaukee Public Museum. And he did quite a bit of ethnobotany research throughout the Great Lakes. And I was able to go through there, and he talked about some of the different crops that Ho-Chunk people were growing in their gardens. And then it was from there trying to find those seeds. So my work has taken me, into the USDA, what they call the germplasm station, and then also places like Seed Savers Exchange, where some of our ancestral seeds are waiting for us to be ready. We're, like as Clayton alluded to, we were separated, but now the seeds are coming home too. And we need to make sure that we're ready and able to welcome them in, just like a brand new baby, we need to essentially get the nursery together and get the car seat installed to make sure that we're ready to bring them home.
Thank you all so much for sharing. So our next question, many of you have already kind of said this in different ways, but if you want to, here's the question. So what is your definition of seed saving, which we kind of hit on before, but if you had to explain to someone what seed saving is, what would you say? And this is kind of like an interesting question, just because I know you all are so passionate about it. So it could be like many things into one. But if you all want to, I don't know, if you all have like an answer in your head that you always think of when you think of seed saving, then just that could be something that you say.
I think as facilitators, we are very kind and waiting to see who's going to unmute first. So I'll take a stab first. The, seed sovereignty to me, as a individual and as a clan member and a family member and a tribal member, it's all about achieving food sovereignty. And you can't have food sovereignty without seed sovereignty. And so that's why it's so important to me, is knowing that we can't eat like our ancestors if we're not growing the crops that our ancestors grew, and wanting to make sure that we preserve the biodiversity. Just as Clayton mentioned with climate change, the more consistent we are with growing our seeds, the more consistent and resilient they become to the changing climate. So that's why it's important to me. It's knowing that once upon a time, somebody thought enough of all of us to be able to save seed and preserve that to continue to nourish the family in front of them, but the family that was coming down the road in 100 years. And I think that that's what's so beautiful about the work that we need to do collectively today to ensure our grandchildren, great-grandchildren are nourished as well.
Hello, Jessica. This is Blake. How you doing?
Very well, Blake.
I want to ask you about your Ho-Chunk traditional plants, and did you bring some of your traditional plants back to your people besides the Ho-Chunk squash, some of the Ho-Chunk corn and stuff?
Yes, and it's very slow going. Seed work is definitely slow work. So a lot of those seeds that we're getting, like maybe just by the handful, it's not something that, it's something that's going to need to continue to be grown before it actually gets to the scale of consumption. But, trying to get it into the hands of other people. And I know for, what I was told about some of our varieties is that, our corn is sacred when we grow the corn. So it's not just about the consumption of it, but it's about the intentions and energy that you put into it of what ends up coming out is what's so important for all of us to be as part of the entire process and not just the consumption stage.
What Jessica was just saying about like these multiple facets of culture, I really think of seed saving in terms of like, well, part of it for me is being a cultural memory keeper. And so when someone shares seed with me, and this is part of what I've learned, is that you try to learn as much as you can about the particular seed that you're being given, to know the community of origin, any stories, ceremonies, songs, protocols that should be kept with that seed. And so I really try my best to hold on to as much of that as I can, so that I can pass that along when I'm appropriately sharing seed with others. And, I think that part of, for me, part of the importance of this work is, and Jessica kind of touched on this a little bit, is this intergenerational work, that others who we may not even know their name and didn't know our name were thinking of us, and to safeguard these things, these gifts for us. And we have to, now it's our turn to do the same. And kind of related to that, it's, from my understanding, is seeds traveled along trade routes and from hand to hand. A lot of knowledge was passed with those. And so that's from, how to best grow particular plants, how to prepare them. Like if you know nixtamalization or how to make hominy, like that knowledge came from Central America with the corn, and has traveled. And there's so much knowledge that I think traditionally is passed on with the seed. And it's a part of our role as seed stewards or seed keepers to steward that knowledge as well, and to honor the communities of origin and the seed as we're doing
it. To try to address part of that question, what they were saying is, it's not just the seed, whatever we have in our communities, or that we're trying to restore back into our communities. There is a lot of information that also needs to be a part of that. The seed itself, no matter what type of cultivar it is, has certain things that it prefers. Just like, they're like us. Some of us like hotter weather. Some of us don't mind it being shady. Some of us don't mind, it being a little dry. All of those things. And what I've sort of noticed in the last probably 15 years or so, though, is that a lot of you'll see in seed catalogs, a lot of the companies, heirloom companies, are trying to sell something that's new and exotic, or maybe it's very old and exotic, and they put in really beautiful pictures, and we're drawn to maybe those images. But we have to realize, we have to understand that any of those seeds that we do bring into our home, into our community, we're responsible for those things. And so we have to learn as much as we can about each one of those lives. And many of us, when we first started doing this, we were sort of inundated with too much germplasm, too much varieties, too much diversity. We couldn't take care of it. And so that's why we're been hosting all of these events around seeds so that more and more people could be aware of it, but also take on a lot of those duties and responsibilities. And so, you know, I don't mind carrying, you know, a lot of that duty and responsibility. I'm able to work with my children and my grandkids too, and they'll take on that load also. And when I was invited to this presentation, I seen it as a part of a way of making those connections and making building on that support system of not just family, not just community, but indigenous nation to indigenous nation. And that's my when I want to talk about and want to understand about seed saving, that's where I'm coming from.
Our next question we have, are there any specific species of seeds that you all work with the most or prefer working with the most, and why?
Annie?
I'll just say that I don't know if there's a specific varieties because I feel like how mothers say they can't pick their favorite children. But I will say that I really love growing the Three Sisters, corn, beans, and squash. And each year I try to grow a different combination. And I keep a seed journal. I recommend that for anyone looking to start out or wherever you're at in your journey, because it can help you from year to year keep track of what combinations of varieties grow really well together, which ones are not complementary, which ones thrive in a certain weather condition over the season, which ones don't. But the Three Sisters are definitely my favorite. And I think that's for a couple reasons. One, I really like eating them together in a lot of different recipes. But second of all, I feel like they embody one of a great teaching of interdependence. And so together, those sisters, when you plant them together, they thrive when they're able to share their gifts with one another. And I think that's just such a beautiful lesson for us all to carry every day and to really appreciate the gifts that everyone is offering and work together to find the right place for that to support each other. And so, yeah, Three Sisters for me.
I have to unmute. I'll have a presentation. I think it's tomorrow on the Three Sisters, and hopefully I can go into a little bit depth on that. We've been doing it for quite a number of years. Yeah, it's tough to identify like your seeds or that you're kind of leaning more favoritism towards. I think where I do get excited is when we are looking for some of those varieties that may have disappeared from our communities, and you're searching and searching. And a lot of times what we've done is talk with a lot of the elders about what they could remember and what they may have been, what's missing. And so that sets you off on a quest or an adventure looking for those that particular variety. And sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't. But when you do, that's where you get excited. And hopefully, you know, you can, it'll be viable and hopefully it'll grow. And that's when, that's the exciting part. And that's the, I guess maybe the area where I get, I guess, most satisfaction, most enjoyment from. Not to say that I don't, you know, enjoy the other parts of it, but it feels like you've accomplished something then. Like I was saying earlier, we've done that with our children when they were young and they weren't quite understanding what about it, but they do now. And they're always, it becomes a part of your, I guess your daily consciousness, looking for seeds and finding things. And then they'll even, I have one of my grandsons is actually really enjoys gardening. And he's the one that kind of keeps an eye out there for me too. So that's what I, that's, you know, that keeps me going every year. There's some stories about looking for these seeds, and it's a very long story. I'm going to condense it as much as I can. And I know I've seen on the chat that there's quite a few people from Iroquois or Mohawk communities. And there was a man that, he isn't Mohawk, he was Seneca, he's passed away, the late John Mohawk, shared a story with me. And this happened somewhere in the mid 70s. They were looking for all the different varieties that our people had, the Haudenosaunee, and they actually sent out people to all the communities, all of our communities, and they spread New York State, Ontario, Quebec, and as far as Wisconsin and Oklahoma. And they were basically going door to door asking if they had any dual varieties. And this went on for a number of years, and they finally, I guess, hit almost every community and almost every person in those communities. And he was telling me that one of the people that they were was looking for seeds. They knocked on a home, and there was an old elderly lady that came out to the door, and the person that was looking for seeds explained who they were and what they were doing. And this elderly lady said, "I've been waiting for you." And not that she knew that this activity was happening where they were looking for all these seeds, but she had been waiting for someone to come looking for these seeds. And she said, "I have seeds that they're here." And she had planted them every year in front of her home. They were a particular bean, and they climbed. And she was showing me, she says, "This is what you're looking for." And she said, "Come back in the fall and I'll share some of those seeds with you." So, you know, our grandparents, our ancestors, they knew that we would be needing these things in the future. And we're in the future now, and we're going to be continuing to do that for the next 7 generations ahead. Thank you.
That's beautiful, Clayton. Thank you so much for sharing that. It made me, I can feel it in my heart. And it's so beautiful when we're able to reconnect with those seeds. And of course, like how magical it all, you know, like looking at it where some of it doesn't make sense. It worked out some way. And I know that was my relationship to one of our ancestral seeds that I was honored and privileged to be able to grow that seed for my people and for one of our ceremonies in particular. And thank you to Minwate for sharing that as well about the corn and the corn soup in your family and for your community. Because our foods do reconnect us in so many different ways. I know for us, we have to have those particular crops for different ceremonies, and to be able to have that, you know, our people made do or were resourceful in being able to replicate or use something else in place of that. But when you have the actual crop again, it opens up this whole new, you know, almost like this elevation or this new frequency that, you know, it just brings you that much closer to the work of your ancestors. I know for that, with that particular squash, I remembered we fire roasted it, we baked it, we tried all these different things just because we didn't know for sure what it was you know, what it was best served as. And I remember people taking a bite of the fire roasted squash and they're like, what did you put in it? You know, sometimes people will add, you know, different seasonings or maybe add some maple to their squash to either sweeten it up or add a different flavor. And we're like, there's absolutely nothing in there. That is just the squash. And it was so beautiful because there were so many people that had asked for those seeds then after the ceremony that, you know, they were able to taste it, and that was enough for them to want to continue to grow it on their own.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. So we have a few minutes until we get to Jessica's individual presentation. But I know we had a few questions in the chat box, so I want to run those by you all. See, is a genetic mapping developed on heirloom seeds that will tell us where they originated?
I'd seen that question in the chat, and I don't think much of that work has really been done in our communities. And I know there's a farmer in Hopi that had been talking about doing that. For me, the fear is that if it's to be done, it needs to be done from the expertise in our own communities. I wouldn't hand that work out to other universities or even corporate seed companies. It needs to be done within. The other part of that answer is that we kind of talked a little bit about the information that comes with the seeds that maybe are gifted to us and so forth. To me, that information is valid, and a lot of times that's all I need to know. We look at a lot of the origin stories of our seeds, and for me, that's enough information. You know, and it's the information that has come, a lot of times come down, you know, from the beginning of time. We have stories that about seeds that originate in our creation stories. And for me, I'm happy with that. I'm happy to have that information. I'm happy to share the information. The genetic stuff may or may not be useful. You know, depends on what we're trying to achieve in our own communities. So that's my answer.
I would second, you know, what Clayton said. I personally rely on the oral tradition what's passed on to me with seeds. But I will say that an acquaintance I know that works at a university, it's not with, she's not working with any of our indigenous seeds on this, but she has a colleague and she's passing along this info to me that there is a watermelon that has been being saved around the Great Lakes region and in other parts of the United States for some time. This particular researcher is trying to tell the story of its migration and try to pinpoint about when this watermelon might have made its way to this part of the world, because it didn't originate in this region. And so a similar watermelon has been found being grown for several generations in the Southwest. And so there is a researcher that is beginning to look at that, and that's based on, they're looking at the genetics about the story. They're trying to see the migration story, but as Clayton said, I personally really focus on the oral tradition part of it, of what information is shared with me. And that for me is good.
I definitely agree with both Clayton and Shiloh. It's it reminds me of when I used to ask questions when I was a kid, and I would ask questions or want to know the why on some things. And I remember being told by an elder, like, some things are just meant to be a mystery. We're not meant to know everything. However, I always had that curiosity, or maintain that curiosity and wanting to know. I think the oral tradition of where my ancestors have migrated from or were forcibly removed to, that I also incorporated into my own research, looking for my ancestral seeds, because we were moved to different states, or what are now known as states. But what's so beautiful is that I can hold one of my ancestral seeds in my hand, and a tribe that we have maybe crossed paths with, or we had come through their territory at some point, have and steward the exact same seed. We can look at it, 2 corn cobs, for example, and they look exactly the same, and they have the same characteristics. And, I think that's what's so beautiful about the, not necessarily the evolution of corn, but how corn itself had come through and spread, like on the indigenous trade routes, to different tribes, or people coming through, one nation coming through another nation's area, where they were able to share seeds to make sure that those other people were able to eat. They didn't speak the same languages, but they knew that they could offer them something like seeds to be able to nourish them as they continued through on their journey. And it's such I think, I'm definitely curious about it. One of my ancestral seeds looks like another seed. And so I, just for my own curiosity, I grew both of them together in one season. And looked to see what the characteristics look like, and knowing that, they tasted the same. Maybe one had a different day length, just meaning that it came further north sooner than the other one. So it's very beautiful to see. And it's also remembering that, our ancestors grew these particular varieties for a reason, and wanting to make sure that we maintain the biodiversity of each of those particular varieties to continue to grow into the future.
Looks like we have a few more questions before we get to the presentation. Another question from Billy Bob was, why do climbing beans and other vines always grow in a clockwise orientation around the stake and other support? And Jen Lund also wants to know what was the name of the squash that you were talking about earlier, Jessica, that was so good without any seasonings.
I'll go ahead and try to answer the bean question. Like I said, we all have these origin stories about beans, or everything, I'll say, of seeds, of you name it, the mountains, everything, right? And this is what I understand, that each element, no matter what it is, be it a seed, a bean, a fish, a human being, flower, in the beginning, we're all given an instruction on how to behave and how to develop relationships with everything else. And so the bean was told to do that back then, from the beginning. And that's why they maintain it. What I do is I watch them. You can go to your bean field, and there's so many different kinds of beans. And some of them do climb, not all of them. And those ones that do that, you watch them. You can go there 2-3 days, depends on in the time of the year, and they'll grow really fast, and they're moving, and they're teaching you something. Whatever your mind is open for, they're going to teach you something. And I may get in this long-running debate about which direction we should be dancing in. The beans tell us which direction to dance in. That's my answer.
Yeah, the particular squash I had mentioned was the Winnebago squash, and it was last featured during the 1920s in the Oscar Will seed catalog. And that seed ended up finding its way into Seed Savers Exchange. And Seed Savers, what they called the squash was American Indian squash. And of course, for any person who's familiar with the native peoples who are on this continent, that could be anybody, more than 572 versions of that squash. So somebody who was growing that particular squash in the 1980s had noted, like, is this the Oscar Will Winnebago squash? And that was sort of how I was able to get reconnected with that particular ancestral seed.
Awesome, thank you all. So I guess we'll go into Jessica's presentation that is titled Relationships Between Seeds and Humans, if you're ready for that now.
Here we go. So I apologize. I'm going to have to try to remember to animate my slides or move them forward. Unfortunately, the player is not working correctly, but I want to, I know we've already talked a little bit about my background with seeds and sort of what has led me to this path, but it's also, it's also looking at our relationship to the seeds in general. We have to remember that we're not, it's not an us versus them, it's a we. There's not only have they been on this journey with us for so long, and regardless of where your ancestors come from, there are ancestral seeds to the land that you come from too. So it's not just focused on only indigenous seeds, but knowing that we all have seed relatives of our own. Again, I mentioned that my people have kind of been removed from their agriculture. But there are stories that you could shoot an arrow across a cornfield, a Ho-Chunk cornfield, and it would be 4 pulls long and 3 pulls wide. And so thinking of how far you could shoot an arrow, that could be really any size. And those gardens were cared for by particular clans. So my people, we have a clan system, and within each clan, a clan has their own responsibilities to the people, to the environment, to the world around us, and of course, including our seeds. The beautiful thing I found while conducting interviews with different elders through the communities is that I would ask every single person, how many varieties of seed or how many varieties of corn do we have? And everybody told me 3. And so when asking which three seeds they were, every single clan gave me 3 different types of seeds and 3 different combinations of those seeds. And so it made it a little bit more difficult to find sort of what was our specific ancestral seeds, but it opened the doors to so many different possibilities of never stopping to look around for where our seeds may be hiding, and maybe not even hiding, but that are separated from us today. This is a picture actually from the ethnobotany of the Ho-Chunk that I had brought up. This is a Ho-Chunk farmer who was from the what's called Hemlock, but essentially north of Nekoosa and near the Neilsville, Wisconsin, of where that's at now. So this is one of the ways that we would traditionally process our corn. All of it is processed in the milky stage of corn. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with that, but essentially taking your thumbnail, piercing a kernel, and when the corn is still green or pre-milky, it'll be like a water. And maybe a couple weeks later, it'll be a milky color. And then a little bit longer after that, your nail isn't able to penetrate the hull. And essentially that's your seed grade corn. So here she is. We boil the corn or roast it underground, and then take off all the kernels, where we then dry them and then preserve it for consumption. This is another photo taken somewhat later in about the 1930s. And what I think is so beautiful about the corn, particularly in the way that we process it and preserve it, is that we all come together. You know, some of my memories as a child was the entire family, the extended family getting together and having, you know, like this huge pile of corn that we were trying to process together. And so first we would all take the husks off and then set the corn to the side, where usually my grandmother or one of my aunts would be preparing it. And then we would further scrape it as soon as everything was boiled or parboiled. In this picture, what I think was so cool about it is the woman to the far left is actually my grandmother. And so she was part of this group of young ladies who were processing corn for the community. But of course, like our relationship to seeds, you know, as humans, we too start as seeds. Once upon a time, we were a little tiny egg, and we then came about and continued to grow and evolve, flower. And, you know, I think parts, you know, we cross-pollinate as we grow older, where we continue to learn from one another or borrow gifts from one another, but we all have our own gifts to share with the world, as do our seeds. They have incredible biodiversity. You know, some of the different varieties may be better equipped for one particular, maybe they're a better corn soup, or maybe they're a better hominy or a flour. There's so many different gifts that they all have. another teaching, another story that I had heard was, we think about our plants, they're not just something that nourishes us, but we have to remember that in the grand scheme of things, regardless of your idea or your beliefs on the evolution of how people were created, or your tribal creation stories, is that we remember that the plants were created before humans were. And so, in that way, there are our older brothers or older sisters, and there's so much that we can learn from them. I know me personally, because I didn't have a human that could come out to the garden with me and guide me through everything that I needed to learn. I had to ask the seeds. And that's something that, that one of my seed mentors, Rowan White, had said too. It's about the seeds being able to be those teachers. And it's a humbling way to sort of get centered into your garden, as well as if you don't know how to take care of them, you can ask. And sometimes they'll tell you or they'll show you. And that's what's so beautiful, is being able to completely shut out the rest of the modern world and focus on what each plant needs to live its best life. A seed's purpose in life is to become a seed again, and then being able to nourish people too. And it's so beautiful to see. Another, a reason why visiting your garden on a daily basis is almost mandatory or required is I had spread myself too thin a few years ago and had several different gardens going in most of southern Wisconsin. So geographically, they were spread out, and there were just some gardens that I couldn't get to every single day. There was one garden in particular that was hidden, and I remember coming through. I had come through probably 24 times through that entire season, and I sort of had asked other people to look after that garden for me, but it didn't happen, and that's okay. And I learned also from that experience. But what I had learned from that particular field, it was almost 3 acres of corn, and the corn cobs were so small. And it wasn't necessarily that they weren't, that they were undernourished or anything, but it was because the corn didn't have a person or a human being that was coming and praying with them and singing with them. We have to remember that sometimes our plant relatives grow for who comes to visit them. And so when I looked around, I saw how many deer tracks, raccoon tracks, rabbit tracks. There were so many different animals that were coming to visit that corn, and that's who the corn was growing for. So it's, please learn from my mistake of not being able to visit all your fields on a regular basis. And just like our babies like to be sung to, so do our seeds. So the song that Shiloh was able to share, which is such a beautiful song, and I'd encourage all of you to learn it. That song was gifted to seed keepers who didn't have a seed song. So for other nations who had been disconnected by different traumas or boarding schools or losing elders at an untimely day, there's it's knowing that there's still a way for us to connect to the seeds. I don't want to punish you all to sing to you, that's something I reserve for only my garden. But even if it's a song that you can't learn or you need some time to work into, even to say it out loud or sing another song, and thinking about your plants as babies too. They'll probably enjoy any type of soothing music that you're willing to share with them. So corn, I know Clayton will be talking about the Three Sisters, but, you know, it was very hard for me to, connect to every seed. And, you know, there's even a couple of plants that I refer to as my kryptonite because it's something I just can't grow. And my kryptonite is spinach. And so what I am grateful for is that I will allow lamb's quarter to sort of grow within the garden space, which is, you know, a wild spinach of sorts, or so that's something that that I focus on because I just can't make spinach go to seed. And so I make sure that I grow other things as well to just continue to strengthen my relationship with them. But the beautiful thing about the seeds is that when you are trying to be a student, there are so many different actions that they have within the garden that help provide perspective to not just your time in the garden, but to different things that are going on in your everyday life. It's knowing that, you know, sometimes you have to give more to one another to help someone else out. And it's one of those amazing teachings that if you allow it and quiet yourself, there are so many things you can learn. I know as a child, my family would always tell me, like, you can't go into the garden if you're upset or you're angry. You always have to be happy inside the garden. And I remember, you know, even when I was learning to become a farmer later in life, that I still tried to maintain that, you know, like always having good thoughts in the garden and putting all of those good intentions into the plants and even to the earth that we're working with to be able to grow these amazing seeds. And so I remember I was transplanting some kale and, you know, continued to talk to them like, okay, babies, you know, like we're going to put you in the earth. And I hope that you're going to be strong and you're going to want to send your roots out. And then you'll get big and strong and healthy, and sort of coaching these particular market vegetables. And my first experience with indigenous seeds is that not only can you talk to them, but they'll also talk back. So they're, you know, they'll let you know what they need, and continue to help guide you in your growing endeavors. And part of the work that we do is not only being able to grow those seeds, but also teaching other people how to grow those seeds. And a lot of it, you know, everybody's journey is a little different. You know, sometimes people come in because they've got market vegetables like they want to grow. But then it's also remembering that, you know, not every seed is for everyone. I know Clayton mentioned it, and I know there's, you know, he had talked about the seeds shortage through different seed companies because of the influx of orders and people panicking on how they were going to access food in a pandemic. And it's remembering that, you know, like there is enough for everyone. And we all have to remember that part of what we're doing is not just about taking care of ourselves or just taking care of our household, but taking care of one another. You know, not in the very distant future. I mean, before my time, but, you know, 120 years ago, everybody was saving their own seeds. And we were, you know, possibly sharing them or exchanging them within our community, but that was just a part of life. Now we're relearning that and remembering that and reawakening that within each other, that not too long ago, you know, we were all doing this work. Some of my work has taken me to helping other people put their own gardens in and growing as a family unit, and also trying different ways of growing. These are just lots of mounds that we have for corn. And then we had squash going around the outside of this particular plot. So it's, remembering that there's not a right or wrong way to do it. It's learning from the seeds and being observant and watching them. You'll be able to see whether a particular corn or a particular plant likes to be planted into mounds, or maybe into just a flat linear space, or maybe a raised bed situation. And we were just, I remember this day so clearly. We had put some compost down just because we didn't know how well the soil would do with the particular vegetables that we were growing. And as soon as Garrison finished putting the last bit of compost onto the mounds, it started raining. And it was like the Creator helping irrigate our fields and get those seeds ready to come out and emerge and feed the community. So I did want to mention, you can look, it's the power of song when planting. And so of course these look a little different. The one on the left is watered and the one on the right has not been watered yet. But the flat on the left is actually, these were both planted the exact same day, same soil conditions or same soil medium. But the seedlings on the left were sung to when they were planted, and the ones on the right were not sung to. And of course it was hard, you don't want to, you don't want anyone's growth to be stunted, but it was also, I needed to know, and I needed to be able to share that and show that to the community that, there's such a big difference, that little bit of nourishment and energy that you give to that seed in the very beginning stages of its life for that season can make all the difference. And of course, these are those babies that were in the previous slide flats. And so they had such a beautiful year. This is some reclaimed seed that came out of the USDA. And it's something that we continue to grow today on a larger scale in my community. But it's such a sturdy corn, and it's also very acclimated to the north. So we had a little bit of a cold start that year, but it was still able to thrive and go to seed. Sorry, I don't mean to be cheesy, but corn always makes me smile, or any of our plants, plant relatives. It's just so cute to watch them throughout the season, and to think of like how short of a time they have here on earth with us. And then their grandchildren, or their children and their grandchildren, are who we're able to spend time with in the future. So this is just a small example of some seed storage. So when I first started seed keeping and seed saving, it was very small quantities of seed that I was working with, but now have, multiplied that, and have multiplied some varieties to the point that we're able to share that with the community more, with a handful of growers that we're all continuing to grow together. And, the beautiful part of seeds, I know there's like a seed packet in this image, but, so many other indigenous nations being able to share their seeds with one another, to further extend the existence of seeds. I personally believe that the most dangerous place for a seed is in a jar on a shelf somewhere, or in a seed packet tucked away somewhere. The safest place for it is in the earth, and also in the hands of many people. So trying to multiply those varieties to be able to share with one another, will only make those seeds more resilient. And there's lots of different lessons, that the plants offer, always. This particular spirit corn showed up in the garden, and you can see it looks albino. And I thought, oh no, I can't have this particular seed cross with one of my other plants. And then I found out it was a blessing. And so it's, I'd encourage all of you to not only look to make your gardens more resilient and work on building your soil, but also reaching out to those growers that are either within your home community or anyone that you may come in contact with, that you can just talk about some of these little things that you're seeing. Because, chances are if they're happening in your garden, they're happening in someone else's garden. And I think, myself, I like to be planting versus peopling. So maybe we have a couple more folks like that on this session. But, it's not weird when you talk to other plant people about what's going on inside your garden. So I'd encourage you all to, be able to look around and be able to share that with other people. So the squash, I think the squash, she's the youngest of the sisters, and that's why she crawls across the garden space. And it's, again, like, even though she's the youngest, there's still so many teachings that she too offers, and so many different gifts. She's more than just the fruit squash. She's the blossom. She's also a protector from, different wildlife like raccoons, and even some squirrels. But she's able to help protect her sisters and continue to help keep that moisture within the soil underneath the shade of her leaves. And then she also makes less work for gardeners by doing some weed suppression as well. And so it's knowing in relativity that we all have different gifts that we can be sharing with one another to help one another out. Yeah, and I may have went a little overboard on the corn pictures, but I can't help it. It's just, I'm always so fascinated with Corn Mother because of, how delicate she is in the beginning, and then just how strong she gets as she continues to grow toward the end of the season. Yeah, and these are just for scale, some holy basil that was planted, or Tulsi. And Tulsi is an amazing hormonal balance tea or herb that you can incorporate. So remembering that we have so many plants out there, so many plant relatives out there that have so many gifts to help keep us in balance. And I think of, all of the indigenous seeds, and indigenous seeds that are from any of the what are now called the Americas, how many different varieties of foods that we had and that our ancestors had access to, whether it's the, what we're mostly familiar with, like with the three sisters, the corn, beans, and squash, but also, peppers, chilies, potatoes, tomatoes. There's so many different foods that come from the Americas that have traveled all around the world, and to the point that some people don't realize that they're indigenous seeds, but this is where they came from. And carrots are one of those things that I enjoy canning and fermenting, but also one of those that was like my first challenging crop that I wanted to take to seed. So like your root vegetables, you're generally are biennials, meaning it takes them to the second year for them to go to seed. So it's so beautiful to see that and to think of the size of a carrot seed and just how much seed will come out of one single carrot flower is so beautiful to me. And this is just some garlic. I had done some urban farming in Philadelphia, and I am a firm believer that you don't need to have a farm to grow food. So it's finding any space where the earth is exposed and being able to grow. As long as you know that that soil hasn't been contaminated. Of course, you can look into, a soil test that you can purchase at like a home improvement store. But you can also tell a lot from the soil about what other plants are there. I think some people call them weeds. I try not to call them weeds anymore. I call them plant identifiers. So, you'll have different plant identifiers pop up in your garden and they'll tell you what's going on. In the background, you can see a little bit of dandelions. So what that tells us is that there's compaction in that soil. Planted the garlic to try to help space that a little bit. And then I think the following year, there was some radish put in there to help further open up that compaction. And those are one of the radishes that we're working on with compaction. So, in the relationships that we have with plants, everybody's relationship is different. It's just like one of your friends where maybe the two of you can joke about one thing, but you would never joke about that with your other friend. It's that unique to not only a particular variety or cultivar, but it's also about every single seed that's out there. And knowing that, there are our older brothers and older sisters. And if we do need their help, all we have to do is ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. If you all have any questions for Jessica, you can either put that in the chat or raise your hand and we can just call on people and go from there. So we have the rest of the time for the workshop for question and answering with our participants, or if any of our seed keepers would like to speak and share something else, then you can go ahead at this time. Thank you.
I see a couple comments like about, how this can affect, let's see. I will say that in my time in the military, I deployed to both Iraq and Afghanistan. And so I did have a hard time when I came home transitioning sort of back into the civilian life, because there's not a basic training for you to go to when you're going to come home. So there was a lot of healing that I needed to do as a person. And, the garden became that healer for me, and it's also scientifically proven with the micro and macrobiology of the soil about how healing that is for people. And so I know some people prefer to wear gardening gloves to keep their hands nice and soft, but, I would encourage you to sort of bare-hand it, and touch the earth. There's nothing dirty about our Mother Earth. She's there to not only take care of those seeds that we're placing into her womb, but she's also healing us at the same time, releasing that tension that we have, or taking care of some of those stresses that we're carrying. And so, at one point in time, when I got out of the military, I was on several different pills for anxiety, depression, but then also something to help sleep. And when I became a farmer, I didn't need to take it anymore. I remember one day I had forgotten to take my medications, and I was like, oh my God, I was out in the field and I kind of panicked for a second. And I was like, I don't feel like I need it. I didn't feel overly anxious or depressed or anything like that, and continued to monitor it, continued to do more research, and found just how healing our earth is. So that's something we haven't really discussed today, as we're focusing more on seeds, but our coworkers, your coworkers in all of this in the garden is not only the seeds that you're learning from and growing with, but it's also the earth. Without her, we wouldn't have a place to grow seeds. And knowing that anything that we do to the soil, whether that's adding different amendments or incorporating like a cover crop program to your soil, is only going to help feed her and further nourish the plants that you hope to grow.
So we have a question from Angie for you all that says, do any of you have suggestions on what seed would be good to save with children? She's looking for something that would be simple.
I would have to, I don't want to tell them what to do. I think anytime I encourage someone to grow seed, it's always thinking of seeds that they'll actually be eating or consuming, something that they're consuming on the regular. Beans are exceptionally fun for kids. I know that's something that we grow with the youth at Dream of Wild Health, so they'll get a bean plant and be able to continue to grow it, so they can either eat it as green beans as a snack in the garden, or they can let them go to seed.
Something that kicks in real quick, because little kids are usually impatient, so radishes, and then the green beans, things that will keep producing all summer long, is perfect for anyone, not just children.
Yeah, I agree with both of their recommendations. Things that grow quick, and beans are, I think, the first thing that usually come to mind for me. Is they can be a little bit easier to get started. You can do germination tests with them, with the, like some schools do those things to show how a seed starts and breaks out of its seed coat. So there are a lot of different little activities you can do along with that.
So we do have another question. I think this is from Laura Parrish. I want to say, let me double check. Yes, Laura Parrish. She said that you all have said like to not enter the garden angry, but she's often went to the garden to become happy. So what do you all like think about this? Even though you are angry going into your garden, it's where you go to find peace. Do y'all think this like has an effect on the garden that you're going into?
I think it most definitely does. I think I like Jessica's example in her slides when she talked about like singing, the difference, like, because this is all like different energy that we're extensions of ourselves that we're kind of like putting out there when we're carrying whatever energy we're carrying with us. And so sometimes it's, we wouldn't, if we were having, if something had been upsetting or had really affected our mood in the day, we wouldn't, or we would take an extra moment before we went to go see our grandmother to take care of ourselves and to like be in a good mind before we went to see our grandma or another relative. And I feel like it's the same thing or very similar. And similar with cooking, like I've been taught to have a good mind when you're cooking because you're putting that energy or that medicine into what you're going to be sharing with people, and they're going to be consuming that.
Yeah, I know for me, I try to shake it out. And if I only have a small window of time to be in a particular garden, I make sure I get it all out. And it's about getting yourself excited or psyched up for knowing you're about to be happy. And yeah, like sometimes I'll just hum a little song, something like that, something to get my mind off of maybe what's bothering me before I go in.
What where we're usually a little bit more, I guess, strict about is that when we're planting, when we start our planting fields with everyone, we make sure that no one has that are upset or even sad or whatever. Hopefully they're in a good, joyful, happy mood. Yeah, the rest of the year, sometimes, we're not always in that good frame of mind. We could sit here in front of our computer, a lot of our work days there, we get burnout. And it's like, I won't say we're in a bad mood or a fall mood, but just not completely, I guess, in touch. You can shut off your computer, walk to your field, and 2 minutes or less, all that's gone. So yeah, but I guess it's always good to communicate with those plants in your field, no matter what, right? So yeah, but for sure, we're really strict about when we first start planting.
I actually have a quick question. So I know that you talked a little bit about gardening like in your own backyard or wherever there's like good soil. Do you have any like suggestions on, say, like, is there a way to figure out whether or not that soil is good if you don't like purchase a kit or a test to test that soil? I know that you mentioned if other plant identifiers are there, such as like dandelions, but do you have like any other tips for that? Because I'm really interested in just like starting like my own little small mini garden, I guess.
Absolutely. So you can look around to see what other plants are there. Sometimes you'll have grass or, like lamb's quarter is a good example or a good identifier of knowing that there is fertile soil there. You also want to look at any type of spotting that may be on the plant. So sometimes you'll see a very vibrant green lamb's quarters, and you know that it's healthy soil. Sometimes you'll have colored spots on them, which is like a deficiency within the soil. Maybe it needs magnesium. But there are, it's also about knowing how each plant's root system looks. So sometimes it's a root system that spreads laterally across the soil, and others are a taproot. And when you do have the taproots, then you have some compaction. But I know for me, a good identifier is clover too. So if you see some clover hanging out, the clover is there to fix the nitrogen into the soil or make it plant available. But I wouldn't recommend growing beans in that because we have to remember our seeds also have a job not only to go to seed, but there's something that a gift that they're sharing with the earth too. So making sure that they're gainfully employed.
Those are some great plant identifiers. I'm learning a lot from my co-presenters today. Something for me is I'm a very like tactile learner, and so getting to know like what the feel and also like the sight of healthy, vibrant soil. Many of us have probably driven by fields where like monocrop year after year, things are growing and the soil looks lifeless because it's been over-tilled. The same nutrients have been taken out of it year from year. The microbiome has been disturbed repeatedly. And so you can start to, if you start paying attention to like what the soil conditions look like in different spaces, you can start to notice just by looking and feeling what those characteristics of healthy soil are like too. And just to add something that I feel like we've touched on a bit today, it's not necessarily an indicator of healthy soil, but it's a way that you can help improve your soil is through biodiversity. So really, in addition to letting your soil rest.
I don't need to add any more. Perfect.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to start growing on my own. In the chat, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right, so forgive me if this is wrong, but Emily, I don't know if you had a question that you wanted to ask. I'm trying to find it in the chat, but I don't think I have no idea where it is. So if you wanted to ask a question or put it in the chat again, then you can go ahead and do that.
Just asking about livestock.
Go for it, Clayton.
I'll have to read it. Yes, I believe everyone probably over the, if you've done this for any length of time, gardens, you've lost crop by a lot of different things: drought, frost, livestock, other human beings, every one of those things. It is a difficult thing to, I guess, to process personally, because a lot of times you put in so much time and energy, money, you name it, and then all of a sudden, it's gone. I've seen that happen, especially this year, with a number of farmers north of us, partly to do because of the drought. And livestock are hurting, wild animals are hurting. And, somehow, even if your field is fenced or whatever, they need to, feed themselves, I guess. I'll tell a real quick story, because this is kind of how I try to process things. Here in the Southwest, we've been going through a series of droughts. Some last longer than others. We had one that lasted about 12 years just recently. And without really explaining how droughts go, you don't, you just get less and less moisture every year. But you can imagine if your body's used to drinking 8 glasses of water a day, but the next day you can only get 4. And the next day, 2. And the next day, 1. So it's an accumulation over a period of time that you're losing moisture. Same thing in these droughts are similar to that. And so that's how it's been going for us. So one year we had a really good cornfield. It was in a drought. It was coming up very well. And the beans were doing pretty good because we were choosing their timing, you name it, everything that we could possibly do in a drought, we were doing. And we have some call it a problem with elk. I don't see it as a problem, but it is a challenge. Elk will come into our fields. In that particular year, we had more elk coming into our fields, about 3 different herds. And they would hit our field maybe once a week. And it got frustrating. I think you even you find anger dealing with that. And so that one evening, one week, I said, I'm going to go out to the field in the middle of the night. I kind of knew when they were going to be there, and I was going to shoot at them, not to kill them, but just to scare them. And I did that. And I busted them in my field. I took a couple of shots and they ran off. And I went over to our field. They had done some damage. They've eaten some of our crop. They actually would eat the corn and the beans. But when they eat the beans, they actually pull the whole plant right out of the ground. So you lose everything. Corn, not so much. But what they were doing was we had irrigated our field the day before, and there was a little bit of puddle of water in our field. They were in our field to drink and to eat. And I felt so bad that they were hurting so hard, I'll say, that I resigned myself. I'm not going to bother them anymore for the rest of their season. We lost about at least a third of our corn. We lost close to a third of our beans. And, you know, that it hurts you emotionally, but it also hurt me emotionally that that I was molesting those elk that year. And we took what we could. We were happy for what we got, and left it at that. I didn't go hunting that fall, but our neighbors did, and so we got some of that protein back in that fashion. But the elk managed to live, managed to survive, and managed to reproduce. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's how it is.
Yeah, I think that's a great, thank you for sharing that, Clayton. Like Clayton was saying, I think all of us, many of us that have grown before have experienced our own version of this, and you put so much of yourself and so much time and energy into caring for your plants and so on. And so it is really, can be really affecting when things don't go the way that you hope. But for me, sometimes it's actually helped me to cultivate deeper empathy and understanding for, in my situation, it was humans that probably needed it more than I did. It was really hard to keep recentering myself on that, but it also reminded me part of the purpose of why I'm doing the work, because it's not just for me, it's for larger community. And I don't mean just like the community of people. So yeah.
Yeah, I know what I do, because I've had the same thing and it's devastating to see, but it's also remembering that no life force on earth is more important than one another. And so I have several herds of deer that come through my property. And so when I initially saw that, I knew that was going to be, I knew that was going to be a challenge, but challenge accepted. And so I immediately started feeding them in other places of where I wasn't going to be planting, because I wanted to make sure they were still eating good food, but also hoping to deter them from my garden. And it did. The one wildlife relative that I hadn't ever had a problem with before last year was the squirrels. But then I got very lucky because there's an elder within the community who enjoys eating squirrels and rabbits. So I did quite a bit of trapping this year, and nothing went to waste. And so it was, taking care of them, feeding them good organic veggies, and then being able to share that with the elders was nice.
So it seems that we have one last question before the end of this workshop to respect you all's time. Please, if I missed your question, please let me know or put it in the chat, because sometimes my eyes play tricks on me. But okay, here's this last question from Monica that I missed earlier. They said, I'm curious to know about growing seeds if you do not know the source of the seed, such as seed catalogs, for example. What if it has been contaminated in some way on its way to you, the seed? It sounds like you must cherish those seeds that have a known origin. I would like to understand how source affects how you perceive the value of those seeds.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Sourcing seeds can be challenging, or if somebody gifts you a seed that you're not completely sure of its origin, I think that's one of those questions that you always have to ask when somebody does gift you seeds, to try to get more story of the seed and how it likes to be taken care of. I understand that there was a point in the history of our food system that we relied a lot on GMO crops for different food sources or biofuels. And I understand that at one point in time there was an importance, but now it's about getting back. I definitely wouldn't plant anything personally that has been treated like with a fungicide or any other type of seed coating or a powder or anything like that. So there are definitely, I'm definitely not trying to deter anyone from purchasing seeds from seed companies, because I do that myself. But, there's a handful of seed companies that do provide Indigenous royalties or are working on seed rematriation with Indigenous communities. And that's places like Seed Savers Exchange, and also Fedco. There's a couple other ones out there, smaller regional houses. So
how does the Lord feel about?
So thinking of places like that, and I hope that helps. Maybe one of the other facilitators can help with that as well.
Yeah, I have similar kind of approach to it as Jessica. I really try to learn as much as I can about the seeds that I agree to bring into my bundle, and am very thoughtful and try to be very intentional about what I'm planting. I don't use anything that's been treated when I'm growing. Again, I'm similar to Jessica. I'm not trying to sway anyone's own practices, but I don't do that. And I also try to do a lot of research about seed companies, both looking into them myself, if I'm looking at buying seed from them, but also talking to other growers who might have other experiences or things to share that they might know about the seed company that I don't. But those ones that Jessica mentioned are among my top favorite, but the majority of my seed I try to get from individuals that I can have a relationship with that person, and helps me, I feel like, have a better relationship with the seed too, if I know the person that I'm receiving it from.
One of the strategies we've been working on here in our region, northern New Mexico, is actually creating seed exchanges. No seed is sold, but everyone sort of knows one another, and the farmers that are invited, someone knows them. And so to me, that's probably the best source of seed. If you still want to go out and look for other seed from outside of your area, you know, doing research on who you're either buying from or getting seeds from. We little later on, I think in the next 2 days, we might talk about the seed rematuration, and that's another source of seeds. So there's more to this conversation.
So there's one more quick question. So from Tiffany, they said, following the same thread, they received seeds from their tribal seed bank with the intention of giving seed back. Are there any protocols to keeping the seed pure and giving it back to a seed bank? And they also said that they grew long, greasy beans.
I think the short answer is yes. And I think we'll probably over the next 2 days, if you're able to join us or watch the videos the next couple of days, we're going to be getting into some of the basics of seed saving. And I think we'll be talking about some of those strategies or things you can do to help keep the seed true to type.
I'll cover a little bit of that tomorrow.
Hey, great. Oh, they wanted to know one more quick thing. Does it spoil the purity if the plant, in this case, a bean plant, is planted in a planter with a herb or a flower? This will be our last question.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about companion planting. If that's something that you do partake in, or like in a container, I would definitely do some more research and make sure that you've got good companions or a good sister to that particular plant that you're trying to grow and save seed.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. So tomorrow we'll be hearing presentations from both Shiloh and Clayton. And I can give you the titles of their presentation. I know you all have the agenda. Let's see. So Shiloh's presentation is titled Indigenous Seed Keepers Network, and Clayton's is titled Three Sisters Seed Saving. So we're looking forward to having you all here again tomorrow. I'm going from 2 to 4 p.m. again, and thank you all again so much for coming out.
Growing for seeds. Yesterday we talked a little bit about why, why we're doing this, and we talked maybe a little bit about sourcing seeds. Today is, if you have some of those seeds, how do we grow them out and to understand, keep their lines sort of pure, if you will. This is corn. We grow, actually there are probably thousands of what they call land races of corn, and they're all this in the same family, so they can cross-pollinate. So the idea is, if we were able to find a source of a long lost corn seed, and maybe you only had a little bit of it, how to grow it out successfully, but also in a way that it's not going to be crossing with any other corn in the area, especially in maybe in the Midwest. We know that there's a lot of other hybrids and genetic engineered corn, so we have to be really careful. Corn, and I'll be covering corn because it's wind pollinated. Squash, they're pollinated by insects, and some beans are self-pollinating. So that's kind of the basic ways of how plants pollinate and continue their species. What's unique about corn, there are a lot of stories about corn origins, and at some point, maybe we have time, we can kind of go a little bit into that. The story that I've heard actually about corn in our communities is that it actually came from one of our original mothers in the creation story. And so corn is one of those plants that we have that relationship with them. We can't survive if we don't have corn, and corn can't survive if they don't have people. So that's this image that I was trying to illustrate. Beans, like I said, they self-pollinate. Some you have to be careful with some others, but you know, these are some of the beans that we grew last year, and so it's grown for food and for seed. There's a little close-up of one of the beans that we grew last year. You'll see a few, I guess, oddballs in there, and the seed I did get was from a cousin, and I'm just going to keep those in there as part of the line. I don't know if they'd crossed at some point with another bean, or that's just their, you know, their genetic makeup. Squash, these are winter squashes, and there's a few watermelons mixed in there, but the winter squashes that we do have, they're pollinated by insects. So when we're planting our gardens or planting our what we're going to be growing for seed, we have to be aware of those considerations. Those ones that are up front, I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 of them. Those are one particular variety of squash. The remainder, actually, they vary quite a bit in size and in color. That's one different variety there. Corn, different varieties, shapes, colors, maturity dates, all of that you have to be aware of when you do start planting corns. This is another one that we grow. So, and then another one. So when we are looking at planting corn, and we want to keep the lines pure so that they're not crossing with other varieties. Again, you have to be aware of wind. So what we'll do is generally we'll plant 2 varieties of corn in a single year. One will be a large field, and then we'll do another field that's much smaller. If you don't have that type, if you don't have the space to plant those fields by distance, I've heard 2 different theories about the distance of, because it's going to be carried by wind. One is at least 1,000 feet. Then I've heard a mile. And I think it sort of depends upon the climate you're in, the humidity and the temperature. Usually the pollens are generated very early in the morning where we are, and they'll start dispersing. So let's see what the next one says. So this is the flower of the corn. It's the male part of the corn. This is where the pollen is generated. I have one more image of that. There's another one here. So what you can do, what we have done, because we don't have a mile or 1,000 feet to separate those, our fields, we'll remember that the pollen is generally carried by the wind. So what we'll do is, if you know what your prevailing winds, if you have prevailing winds, say in July when the corn is flowering, you can align the fields so that the winds are blowing in the same direction. They're not blowing one into the other, if you can understand that. The other thing we can do, we have done successfully, is planted corns at least 2 weeks apart. Also taking that in the wind into consideration, and that'll minimize some of if there's any cross pollination going to happen. The other one that we've done, and I don't know if I put that slide in here or not. I'll go back. Is that we'll plant border plants. So we'll plant, if you see my background, that's one of the things we do. We've used corn as border plants for squashes. So that's one variety of squash that's in between this corn. And those are insect pollinated, and I'll kind of get into that a little bit more. But with wind pollination, what we've done is, like I said, use borders, and we'll use other plants that'll top out high, and they're sort of sticky to catch the pollens, so it'll minimize any cross pollination that may happen if you're looking at planting two different types of corn. So timing and border plants and wind are ways of minimizing any crossing. So one of the you'll see it a little later in this slide presentation, I believe, is we'll use sunflowers because they'll grow up tall and they're real sticky. We've used sorghum. Sorghum looks like corn, but it's not in the same family. And we've used tobacco. They're also sort of tall and real sticky, so that the pollens will catch before they leave the area. The other part we'll do is, depending on the two different kinds of corn that you're growing, if say one is a blue corn and one's white or a red or something like that, usually you can visually see if there was any cross-pollination. Those will be rolled out for food and not saved for seed. I'll go back to this one here. When we are selecting seed, say for corn, is different people have different criteria. And one of the criteria that we use is just, we check for any plant diseases and insect infestation. That's all. We don't select for uniformity. And you'll see that these ones have, they all sort of, they're not totally uniform. They have a little bit of variance in color and in cob size, and even in the rows, the way they're aligned. Those will use, I don't know if I took this picture, I don't believe it was for seed, but just for the differences in color. So when we are picking for seed, selecting for seed, we'll just take out the ones that show any insect damage or plant diseases. The rest we'll keep. Nothing. And I know some select for uniformity, length of cob, kernel sizes, and coloration. That we don't do. This is one of our cornfields, and these are all hand planted with I and my children. We can irrigate if we have irrigation water. This is the flower of the corn, where the pollen originates. This is the silks emerging, and the pollen needs to fall on the silks. You'll see sort of in the left-hand corner of the newly emerging cob. Each of those need to become a corn kernel or to be fertilized. Each of those silks need a pollen has to land on there. And I took that photograph that day. As you can see, there's other pollination happening in our fields. There's some ladybugs in the center. So you want ladybugs. They'll eat aphids like mad, and aphids love cornfields. So one of the things that people have done and can do, we haven't done much of it, is actually hand pollinate your fields. Again, that's a technique that, say you found you were looking for a particular seed, corn seed, that had been in our communities for thousands of years. It was lost. Now you found some, maybe you only have a handful. I would place it in a place where you could manage it and watch it every day. We talked a little bit about losses with livestock and other animals. I'd make sure that wherever you're going to put this particular variety, to protect it as much as you can in any way you can. And then still that, if you still want it to hand pollinate it to ensure that it's going to stay true to type, what you would do is you would bag over top of the silks, and then collect the pollens off of your flowers, and then transfer that pollen onto your silks, and then cover it back up. That way, there's no you're ensuring there's no crossing. This is a couple of our varieties of corn that we do grow. Again, we did grow two different varieties last year. There wasn't any crossing that we could see. Again, we used timing, the wind, and border plants to ensure that. If you're looking to produce seed out of a certain field, what you can do also is just harvest from the center of those fields, and then select your seed from that, just to ensure there's minimize any chance of any crossing. Corn is a little difficult because it is wind pollinated, but a lot of people like corn. They want to grow corn. They like to plant a lot of corn, and that's what we do. So that's how we sort of try to minimize that. Pumpkins, again, it's insect pollinated. You have to be aware. There's different types of pumpkins. There's, I believe, 5 different families of pumpkins, 5, not 4. I don't know the names of them, but those different families there's a scientific terminology I'm not too aware of, but they say that those different families won't cross with one another, just like in the canine family, like dogs, and I think fox, they can't cross pollen, or they can't interbreed. So again, with all of these different varieties, this is a patty pan, and there's different kinds of patty pans, but if you have 3 different types of patty pans, they will cross with one another, right? Straight necks, these will cross with other in that same family, but I think they won't cross with the winter squashes, but you'd have to identify the that family that they belong to. This is a how they do is the squash plant, no matter which one you plant, which family, they'll produce 2 different blossoms on the same plant. This is a male blossom, and that's another male blossom, and that's a female blossom. You can see a little bit different structure inside of them. Let's see if this other, there's a little better shot of the female, and usually on the backs of the male blossoms, the back side of it, it'll just be a long stem. On the back side of the female blossoms, there'll be, I call it a little belly. It's actually their ovaries, and you can identify them. It looks like a baby squash behind the female blossoms. What we'll do, what you can do, again, if you're trying to grow specifically for seed, the best way is just to plant one variety of squash of one family, and it'll minimize any crossing. If you don't have that luxury and you want to grow several varieties, which we do, we usually grow maybe 4 different varieties every year, you can also hand pollinate. So what that would entail is harvesting some of the male blossoms early in the morning. They'll kind of be almost closed up like this, and also the female blossom will just start to open up. What you do is you'll take the male blossom, harvest it, take it off, pick it, and it has the pollen on there, and insert it and add the pollen to the female blossom. Then what you'll want to do is take like that blue painter's tape and tape it up so that the bees or whatever else you have a pollinator wouldn't get in there. And we're dealing with nature, and sometimes bees will actually eat a hole through the bottom of the blossom and still want to get in there. So anyways, that's something to be aware of. And then what we'll do is I'll put a little surveying flag. It's a little piece of plastic on a little piece of a metal, and I'll indicate that had been hand pollinated. So you're going to keep track of it. You're going to let it grow to full maturity. The male blossoms won't produce any fruits. They'll only produce the pollens, and the squash generally will produce a lot of male blossoms. We'll harvest those generally probably around 9 a.m., not real early and not too late in the morning, and you can eat those. They're delicious. This is one of the squashes we grew last year. The beauty of growing squash for seed is you can also eat the fruits, right? The key is to make sure that you let the corn the squash, anything that you're growing to go to full maturity. They're just like us, you know, an adolescent can't reproduce, so the seeds won't be very good. So you gotta let it go to full maturity. And these are fully mature Pueblo winter squash. We're cutting it, we're gonna cook it, but we're also gonna pull the seeds out. Each one of these fruits, I think I counted this as out of my own curiosity. It was something like close to 350 seeds per fruit. So think about it. It'll take one seed to produce one vine of this winter squash. It may produce up to 4 different fruits on there. So one seed potentially can produce 350 times 4 seeds if you're looking at seed production. They're also edible. What we'll do with these seeds, I've heard 2 different ways of cleaning them. And I've heard this from a number of different sources that what our family originally would do was pull the meat out and put it in water and wash it by hand. I've heard this other way from a number of elders from the Southwest to Midwest to the Northeast, that they wouldn't wash the seed. They would only scrub it by hand, no water. They're wet and they're slimy at this point. And we've been doing that too. At the same time, we're not washing them with water. And then you're going to dry these seeds. And don't dry them in the sun. You want to dry them in a place where they're somewhat shaded, but also a place where the wind is going to wick the moisture away as quickly as possible. Here in the Southwest, we're blessed with a lot of very dry air, so it's pretty easy to dry seeds in this method. Other places, you're going to have to be really careful. We usually lay seeds on screens, metal screens, but we'll put a piece of cloth, white cloth on the bottom, so that the air will be able to permeate top and bottom. I don't like to use paper. A lot of people do use paper. Sometimes that paper will stick to your seed. I was talking about isolation. We've grew 3 different varieties of squash this past year. And this is one particular row of this winter squash. I've got corn growing on either side. And that corn will probably, either way in each direction, was probably another 50 feet before I put another row of squash. The theory behind that is that the insects will come there and pick up their pollen. They'll cross-pollinate everything there and then go back to wherever they take the pollen to. Bees use the pollen in a lot of different ways. They process it and feed it to their own kind. My theory behind this is that they're not going to jump from this, fly another 50 feet or so and go into another squash patch and pick up more and then go back to their hive. There's a possibility that they can do that, but this has worked for us for for many years, decades, right? If they do cross, you can visually see that there's a crossing, and maybe you don't want to save the seed, or maybe you do, and see what comes of it from the following season. That's called plant breeding. This is I was talking about the border plants. And so we used a variety of sunflowers. There's a smaller field of corn behind all of this. And there's probably another 50 feet or so away, there's another cornfield. And just the spacing in time, we planted those two fields 2 weeks apart. There's minimal chance of the prevailing winds to change, and also these border plants. This is an intercrop system. We have beans that run all the way through into the corn. We have sunflowers. We have squash in there. If you look real carefully, you'll see some squash. And there's actually watermelons in there too. That's what we don't do this to our entire fields, but we usually do an intensive area every year like that. Beans are self-pollinating, but not all beans. So you have to know kind of which ones, the ones that I'm aware of that, again, what's helpful to, if you're purchasing seed or you're getting seeds from other sources, they usually will list the botanical names. And if they have the same botanical name, but they have a different appearance, they will cross, or the common bean won't cross with one another. The ones that I've seen that do cross is most of the ones that are called runner beans. Their flower structure is a little bit different, and the birds and bees will pollinate those. So those you'll have to keep them separate in distance, and maybe only plant one variety. But the common beans you can plant side by side, and we've done that. We've done trial runs with beans, and we would plant. One year we planted 18 different kinds of beans, 2 rows of each, side by side by side by side, and none of them crossed. This is one of my grandsons and his mother, my daughter, cleaning beans for. This is the first initial cleaning for seed. Again, the beans have to be, or everything has to be full maturity. So they have to be dried in the field. Then we'll thrash them. We do our thrashing using our feet by hand, and then some screens and wind. There's a handmade screen, and it works for some beans, not all beans. So you have to look at different size screens. We teach our children and our grandkids the whole entire process. They do the planting, they do the cultivation, you name it, they do it. Yesterday I had, in between workshops, I had a couple of my grandkids cleaning, sorting corn for us. There's another variety, and you see a little bit better of how the screen works. It takes out big stuff, but not everything. So after that, you're going to use the wind to finish cleaning it. This is a better shot of the intercrop system. There's corn to the right of me on the screen, sunflowers, right, left-hand, lower right-hand corner, some squash, and it runs all the way through. Watermelons, old varieties of watermelons, and then beans, and then it runs into tomatoes. So most of these crops that we do grow are partially for seed, food, and you know, that's what our gardens look like. there's actually a little bit of sorghum in there too. I just noticed that. I think it came up on its own. So one of the reasons we save our seed, grow our seeds, protect our seeds, is so that we can eat healthy meals, food security, seed security, all this food we heard about during the pandemic. Food transportation, food delivery was in a crisis mode. Most conventional food is transported somewhere between 1,500 to 2,000 miles. This food here on this plate, one of our meals, was transported maybe a quarter mile from our home to our fields. We got corn, Pasoli corn, red chili, two different types of squashes, lettuce, and tortillas. I know I covered a lot real quickly. I don't know if we have time before the next session, but I could answer a few questions before we go into the next. And I'm not sure how to get out of this screen share. Just close it.
If you go up, there should be a little thing, Clayton, that says stop sharing close to where you hit. Yep.
Am I done?
Yep.
All right.
And we do have plenty of time for questions. I'm not going to need the whole time.
Okay. Like I said, it was pretty quick, but those are the three main crops that we grow. We do grow others, but those are like I said, they covers the three main ways plants pollinate: wind, insect, and self-pollination. And if you can understand that, that's you're way ahead of the game at that point.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does it hurt if your seeds are frozen?
No.
That's okay.
If they're fully mature,
Uh-huh.
And they've gone all the way to adulthood, and they're dried after that, you can freeze them. That's one of the best ways to keep seed.
Okay. How about vacuum packing?
What's that?
If you can vacuum pack,
then you can vacuum pack.
That helps.
One of the things, usually with some of our crops, some years we'll see there's some insect infestation. What we'll do is, again, take them through the whole process, and we'll freeze them for minimally 48 hours. And then you can thaw them out. And if there's any insect eggs or larvae, that normally kills them. But if you want to keep them just for seed, you can keep them in a freezer till they're ready to be planted. So yeah, it's recommended if you have that at your disposal. Not everybody has it.
Thank you.
More questions? Can you
How long did you say to leave them out when you take them out of the freezer? 24 hours or 48?
No, I put them in the freezer for minimally 48 hours.
Oh, okay.
Again, any of those seeds you can put in, but you got to ensure that they're completely mature and completely dry. If you don't think they're dry enough, dry them more. I've learned my lesson. I thought I did some flowers and I thought, oh man, these are dry. And apparently they weren't. We learn, right?
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Clayton, this is Blake. I want to ask you a question that I typed from the chat. How can we plant corn early and lay corn without cross-pollinating them in our gardens?
It always depends on your length of season. That's what I was explaining that we'll do is if we're going to plant two, we have to know like their maturity dates, I guess. You know, is it an 80-day corn, 90-day corn, 110-day corn?
For example,
the longer season corn we'll plant first, and then we'll wait 2 weeks and plant the second corn. Generally, they'll flower at different times, so they won't be producing pollen at the same time. But realizing that it's corn, they know each other, and just like other females, they talk to each other. And some of them will say, I'm gonna slow down a little bit. And the other ones will tell them, okay, I'm gonna go a little faster because they want to be maturing at the same time. So it does work for us, but you really have to be careful and you really have to watch it. Someone mentioned about going into your fields almost every day. And when they're flowering, that's the time to be out there making sure. If it looks like they're going to flower at the same time, what I would do is only pick for seed from the center of each of those fields.
For example, I'm planting a Miami or Potawatomi white corn and a black Mexican or black sweet corn. Could I plant those at the same time in my garden? That's what I'm doing this year.
If you're trying to get seed, I wouldn't. If you're just trying to see how they're going to grow, no problem. If you're trying to get seed and you don't have the space to keep them away by distance, I'd use border plants. Sunflowers are great. Sorghum is another one that's great. Another question.
I have a real wide and a real long strip of community space at my community farm. Should it work for both types of corn, the black sweet and the white flower types?
By distance, you can keep planting them away. The farther, the better. 1,000 feet, 1 mile is recommended for seed.
Okay.
Next question.
How wide should the row of squash be? Like behind you, how the corn, and then you have your squash in the middle. How wide should that be?
It just depends on, for isolation?
Yeah.
For those winter squash, I don't measure anything. I use paces.
Uh-huh.
And I believe there's 2 rows in there. It's hard to tell, but there's 2 rows in there. And I would guess they're probably about 2 paces apart. No, okay. 1.5 paces apart.
All right.
And the planting, you kind of have to know how big that it's going to vine out, so that determines how far apart you're going to plant your seeds. I like to. We have these planting sticks that we've made, and I don't know how long they are, and I use that also as a guide when I'm planting. They may be planted like 4 feet apart or something like that. I don't. It's always, even our corn planting distance between where we plant our seed is different than, say, in the Midwest. because there are soil types and the amount of water we have, and those are considerations. I think in the Midwest they plant corn much closer together, and maybe just one or two seeds. I'm not sure. We plant one step, one pace apart, which is probably closer to 30 inches, maybe. I'm not sure. And we'll plant, depending on the corn itself, we'll plant between 4 and 6 kernels in each hole.
Oh, wow.
There's other spacing I've seen with other people, depending on availability of water and soil, right?
Yeah, because I was curious, because when I did squash one time, I did it like a domino diagonal effect kind of row. So
Yeah.
I was just curious about that.
Yeah, well, there's different kinds of squashes too. So like the summer squashes, they'll bush out, and we'll put them pretty close together, so they can touch each other. And, just like us, we do better if we're able to be touching our neighbor, I'll say, but if we're not, we don't thrive as much. The other thing I'll mention is, a lot of people like to grow corn, and there was a lot of questions around corn about putting them in the same proximity. If you're growing for seed, corn especially, they have minimum numbers, and that's so you'll try to capture as much of the genetic material of the parents there. The minimum number I've heard is 200. So that there's generous cross-pollination happening. What's also with corn is that you don't want long, single rows. You want to keep them in close together in this box as close as possible. That way you're going to ensure really good pollination. If people don't have this space to plant that much corn, or they want to ensure that the vitality of that corn is going to be maintained, what you're going to do is, again, find your human neighbor and say, I'm going to plant this much corn this year. You can plant this much corn this year, and taking those protocols so there's no crossing from other. You're going to harvest those. You're going to grow them to maturity. If you want to weigh it, that's up to you. Mix those together, shake them around, and then separate them again. That's just a way of keeping as much of that genetic material in there. With corn. Beans, you can actually just start with one bean because they're self-pollinated, and they have all the information they need. And with squash, it's pretty much the same, but it's better if you're going to be hand pollinated with squashes. Again, we're talking about producing seed. It's best if you're to take the flowers from multiple plants, not just from the same one back into the same one, to multiple plants, and then pollinate there, so they have more ensure stronger genetics there. The one story how I like to illustrate this whole thing. We haven't even talked about, and maybe tomorrow we can talk a little bit more about protecting our seeds from outside forces. Is that we look at things like hybrid seeds, technically, and I hope I don't confuse people, but technically the corn is a hybrid. But the hybrid seed that is sold in catalogs, it'll say hybrid on there. Generally, it's from 4 different parents. So they'll take 2 sets of parents and they'll top one of the sets of the male flowers and cross it. They'll do that with another set. And then from those offspring, they'll cross again. The technique is called double crossing, and that's where you get a hybrid seed from. So the wording to me is kind of scary because they're double crossing not only the corn, but also double crossing the farmer. And so what they're looking at in any one of those crops that are hybrids, they've done that crossing to ensure uniformity, basically. And so, so that when you do plant, you'll get your package. It's got a nice picture on there. That's what you're going to get. Color, size, so forth. But the weakness there is that that they may be also breeding out other traits that the heirloom, the traditional crops do have. And some of those traits that we have can be physical traits or also, I guess, personality traits. I talked about that first day. Some of us humans like to work out in the sun, doesn't bother them. Some like to be in a little bit of shade. Some like more water, some like less water, so forth. Just like plants, they're like that. And the scary part about the hybrids and also with GMO is that they're all identical. Each one is identical. Imagine if we had clones of one of us, a human. We all looked alike. We all behaved alike. We all had the same desires, I'll say, the same requirements to grow. But just like that, also they bred out some other strengths and there's weaknesses there. So if there's a room full of diverse people and one person shows up with a sore throat, or God forbid, COVID, maybe a few of the people will get ill from that. But if we're all identical, we're all doomed. So that's why we look at with seeds and hybrids. So these older varieties that we have, you know, they just excel in that diversity. They excel in their ability to resist certain pests, certain plant diseases. And there was something else there. But anyways, you kind of get the idea. Nutrition. You know, if you're breeding for uniformity, sometimes you lose nutritional value. And I've seen reports of all of these traditional seeds that we do have, and they're all just so superior in nutrition.
Okay. The same thing happened with bananas. They made bananas a monoculture, and they almost lost all the bananas due to disease.
Yeah, I've got a friend in Central America that is growing the original banana. It looks like something from outer space, and it has a big seed in it, and very, very little meat or the fruit itself, but it's super sweet. So I don't know if I'm done or there's still another question here. I think I took an hour.
Yes, right on time. If anyone has any last minute questions before Shiloh's presentation, then y'all can go ahead and maybe raise your hand or put it in the chat, and we'll make sure to get to it. If not, then we can go ahead into your presentation, Shiloh.
I think I'll go ahead and get a slow start. I don't think I'm going to use the entire time, and then we'll just open it up for more discussion, I guess, afterwards. So let's see, what time is it? Good afternoon. I had to look at my watch. I couldn't remember what time it was. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's see here. My mouse stopped working for a second. There we go. So for the next little bit, I'm just going to be sharing some information about the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network. So the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network is one program or area of work within the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance. The Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance is an organization that's dedicated to restoring the food systems that support Indigenous self-determination, wellness, cultures, values, communities, economies, languages, and families while rebuilding relationships with the land, water, plants, and animals that sustain us. And through our efforts and programs, we bring stakeholders and communities together to advocate and support best practices and policies that enhance dynamic native food systems, sustainable economic development, education, trade routes, stewardship, and multi-generational empowerment. And we work with farmers, wildcrafters, fishers, hunters, ranchers, and eaters at the center of decision-making on policies, strategies, and natural resource management. So that's a little bit about the organization that our network is kind of housed within. More specifically to the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network, our mission as a network is to nourish and assist the growing seed sovereignty movement across Turtle Island, also known as North America. And as a national network, we leverage resources and cultivate solidarity and communication in the larger regional grassroots tribal seed sovereignty projects. We accomplish this mission by providing educational resources, mentorship training, outreach, advocacy support on seed policy issues, organizing both at the national and regional levels when it comes to events and convenings to connect many communities who are engaged in this really vital work. And we aim to create a collaborative framework and declaration for ethical seed stewardship for Indigenous seed guidelines for tribal communities to help them guide them as they protect their seeds from patenting and biopiracy. We support the creation of solutions-oriented programs for adaptive, resilient seed systems within tribal communities to enhance the creative capacity to continue to evolve as the face of our Mother Earth changes. So we, as a program within NAFSA, our Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance, we see ISKIN, or the Seed Keepers Network, as kind of the shade tree of support, reaching across the nation and regions to help local leadership. And as I was saying, we offer a diverse array of resources aimed at nourishing and supporting the Indigenous seed movement. I'd like to share a video with you next that shares a little bit more about the work that we do and kind of how it speaks to the food sovereignty movement happening across the continent. And you'll probably hear some familiar voices as Clayton and Jessica both helped in putting this video together. So we'll just take a moment, a couple minutes to share this video.
What is a seed? Our past, our present, and our future.
Our ancestors, our future generations. Knowledge and cosmic understanding.
We are humbled by the seeds. Seeds are what sustain me and my family.
The seeds of my ancestors.
Seeds are our children.
They're creation's children.
Seeds are our culture, our heritage.
Our past, our history, and our health.
It's in our DNA. It's in our spirit that we know this.
We need to unite as a Native community to protect the seeds.
We're developing a network of seed stewards, seed keepers, seed growers.
Resources and wisdom together in a big circle.
Teaching, instructing.
Having seed exchanges. It's not only growing good seeds and creating access for them, but it's growing good seed stewards.
Multi-generational activities, carrying on our heritage.
Be self-reliant and self-sufficient.
Nourish those seeds and get them back on the table and into people's lives.
And it's all about food, right?
You exploit what you merely value, but you defend what you love. And part of the seed sovereignty movement is remembering to love our seeds because they are our relatives.
The seed movement is not just the responsibility of the farmers or gardeners in our communities, but it's everyone's responsibility.
Decide what is being planted, where it's being planted, and by whom it's being harvested and gathered and cooked.
From seed to seed, just as our ancestors cared for them.
Corporations want to come in and buy the rights to our homeland's ability to make and keep life.
Nobody owns these seeds. Those seeds are life.
We are who our ancestors dreamed of. We need to be the ancestors to our future generations.
I just love that video, and I really wanted to share it with you so that our network could introduce themselves to you and say a little bit about what has brought them to this work and why it's so important to them as individuals and to our communities. And I forgot to mention before the video that Clayton is actually was the first president of NAFSA. And so really grateful for his contributions and all of those that came before us to create the foundation for us to continue this work. So you kind of heard in that short video, seeds are life. We know that within NAFSA and within this greater seed and food sovereignty movement, that seeds are a vital foundation to food sovereignty. And they're the basis for sustainable, healthy agriculture. We understand that that the seeds are part of our inheritance, and it's our responsibility to care for the seeds as part of our responsibility to feed and nourish not only ourselves, but future generations. And as a national network, we leverage resources and cultivate solidarity and communication within this growing movement. And so the Upper Midwest region is the first of in our national network to have a regional coordinator to assist with supporting regional initiatives and the local folks throughout Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Dakotas, and Iowa. My kind of position or role within this work is I'm the Upper Midwest Regional Coordinator, and I offer technical support to the local leaders and help facilitate communications and work within our region. It's NAFSA's aim that over the next couple of years, we'll build out the national capacity to support other regional coordinators in the other regions as well. Our work at a national and regional level is really multifaceted, but there are really three main areas that we do our work within. And so the first is mentorship and education. So we design, facilitate, and implement seed stewardship mentorship opportunities that are culturally appropriate. So our core services are centered around farmer education and mentorship, and we have a strong focus on facilitating regional collaborations that uplift and empower peer-to-peer mentorship, bringing together farmers, gardeners, food and seed advocates together to share best practices. Through mentorship and education, we empower and strengthen community members' ability to not only grow seed in their communities, but also grow the next generation of seed stewards and protectors as well. And through this Indigenous seed mentorship and education programming, we assist in the reclamation of critical aspects of Indigenous culture by helping communities revitalize traditional seeds and food. Our programming for seed stewardship is rooted in the restoration of relationships between communities and their seeds. This complements community initiatives that focus on cultural restoration of relationships that are inherent to agricultural revitalization. And so I'll speak a little bit more to some of these in a few minutes, but this year we're doing I think a 6-part webinar series that I'll go into more detail about what it's entailing this year. But that's an opportunity to help build the skills and knowledge of our network in order so they can be more successful in their local initiatives. And then COVID permitting later this year, we're hoping to have hands-on seed cleaning field days at each of the seed hubs within the upper Midwest region. So those 3 seed hubs include Dream of Wild Health, where Jessica is at. Bay Mills is another one of our seed hubs, and the Oneida community in the Wisconsin area is also one of our seed hubs. So the plan is to have hands-on learning opportunities at the end of summer, early fall is our hope. To each of those seed hubs had last year, part of our fundraising was as a network was to help each of these seed hubs get seed cleaning equipment called Winnow Wizards. And so we'll be doing hands-on demonstrations using that equipment and also building some seed screens and just sharing some of that knowledge with each other, hopefully in person. Another component of the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network is around Seed Sovereignty Assessment Toolkit. And this is a toolkit that Rowan White developed. And this assessment reviews kind of the functions of seed systems in our communities through both formal and informal usages. So what I mean by that is it really looks to assess both the availability and access to seed. The approach really promotes strategic thinking about both the relief, recovery, and development, as well as both culturally appropriate and traditional uses of seed. The assessment focuses on the specific seed security problems communities face and then steers response to action, which assists in improving access as well as systems. So basically, this process will help communities get a better understanding of what we're calling the state of seed in their community, to know like where community members are getting seed from. Is it within their community? Are they getting seed outside of the community? And how does that seed move around their community? The Seed Sovereignty Assessment our toolkit is also assisting Native communities in their efforts to reclaim their local and traditional seed systems. So this resource is helping to demystify the diverse and dynamic process of creating a vibrant regional seed project by helping them identify the steps they need to create resilient seed stewardship networks. So the mentorship will offer tools, or is offering tools and a framework for Native communities to increase seed and food security through asset mapping and facilitated strategic project mapping or planning. And we're also hoping that it will empower emerging agricultural leaders to engage their communities in conversations around food and seed literacy. So it's really large-scale community assessments done through listening sessions or surveys. And kind of to go along with this, we just started convening a monthly work group where peers can offer support to each other to talk through some of the challenges and just offer peer-to-peer support as they're going through this seed assessment process in their own communities. And the hope is that by the end of this year, we'll be able to create a state of seed report for the Upper Midwest region and kind of create a template or a framework for other regions who are interested in doing the seed assessment work, offer them a framework that they can try out for themselves or adapt. And then the third area of our work is seed rematriation. And so, and we spoke about this a little bit, I think, yesterday, but across Turtle Island, there's this growing movement of Indigenous people that are rematriating seeds and bringing the seeds back to their communities of origin. And some of these seeds have been missing from our communities for centuries, carried long ago, in journeys, in pouches from hand to hand. Some of these seeds are now coming back to their home communities from vaults of public institutions, seed banks, universities, seed collections, and other places where they've been, maybe lying on dusty pantry shelves or, just going uncared for. But they've been patiently dreaming and waiting for us to help them return home. And so, these seeds have been patiently waiting for us to welcome them back into the soil, into their communities, and for us humans to fulfill our part of our agreements to care for them. And in the seed movement, we've begun to use the word rematriation instead of the more patriarchal repatriation as it relates to bringing these seeds home. In many communities, the responsibility of caring for seeds over generation is ultimately within the women's realm or bundle of things to care for. Though both men and women farm and plant seeds, their care and stewardship are part of the women's bundle of responsibility. So the word rematriation reflects the restoration of the feminine seeds back into the communities of origin. And the Indigenous concept of rematriation can also encompass the reclaiming of ancestral remains, spirituality, culture, knowledge, resources. And it simply means, rematriation means back to Mother Earth, a return to our origin, to life and co-creation, honoring the life-giving force of the earth. Relationships and partnerships are being developed, every day to ensure that communities have that, where those seeds have been absent, communities and the seeds are being reunited. And that in many cases, those seeds are reunited with their ancestral soil. And this process often entails policy documents and negotiations, spiritual and emotional work, developing new ceremonies and protocols to welcome these seed relatives home. These pictures on the slide are actually from a seed rematriation initiative here in Michigan, between the tribal nations here and beyond Michigan as well, but mostly the Michigan-based sovereign nations and the University of Michigan. And so there's a large seed collection within their archaeology department, within the museum collection, and we're working as a network with this particular project, working across the region to develop protocols about what seeds should be taken out when, and how they should be grown, making sure that there are people in the communities of origin that we've identified to gift the seeds back to, and working with them to do that in a good way. And so you can see the picture there in the middle is at the University of Michigan Botanical Gardens, the seed rematriation garden in 2020, after it was planted and things were starting to grow there. And so last year, some 3 sisters were planted, including the corn and the squash that you see in the other 2 pictures. And so the corn that was grown last year, and part of that was I believe it was a Fox blue corn that we were able to give back to a couple communities. And so those seeds are taken out of the collection, the seed collection at the university, are planted in ceremony with members from these different tribal communities. And then the daughter seeds from what is grown are what's given back to the communities. And so some of these seeds are very, very old and have been sitting on shelves for a long time. But I think, at least to my knowledge, all the seeds that have been grown as part of this particular initiative have germinated and found their way home. But each year we're selecting different varieties to bring out of the collections and to grow out and help find their way home. So more specifically, looking at some of the work that's happening here in the upper Midwest within our network, there are 3 main areas that my work is focused on with the network. The first is around developing a regional seed cooperative. As communities work towards tribal food sovereignty, they are consistently looking for reconnection with culturally significant seeds. And we're helping to reunite tribal communities with these seeds through facilitating intercultural collaborations with the institutions, seed banks, et cetera, to help seeds and people reunite. And part of this is starting to develop a regional seed cooperative that will assist in local and regional inventory of seeds and scaling up of seed availability in our region. And it's not our intent to sell the seed, but to make sure that the state of seed is more resilient and secure within our region, so that all of our communities have access, better access to our seed. And in moving towards establishing this regional seed cooperative, we will identify culturally relevant models of seed distribution so that we can continue honoring seeds as their relatives. The second area that we're doing some work in the Midwest is around leadership and mentorship training. So a key leverage point for the upper Midwest this year is focused on empowering and mentoring emerging leaders throughout our region. to help build their capacity and strategic leadership skills in to support their local seed work. And we plan on doing this by continuing to offer trainings on Seed Sovereignty Assessment Toolkit, create and gather seed literacy materials so people can learn the basics of how to save and care for seeds. And we'll be hosting a webinar series, as I mentioned earlier. This year's series will include sessions on preventing and managing plant disease, season extension, finding grants for capital improvements, soil health, building seed screens, and much more. And then the third area kind of our work is around building network connectivity and visibility. So as a regional network, we'll be investing in resources that help us tend to our strengthening our network of resources, information, and people engaged in Indigenous seed sovereignty work. As we continue to build capacity as a regional network, we place a renewed focus on alliance building and cultivating a solid program, communications plan that will include an e-newsletter, monthly meetings, putting together, we're starting a speaker circle. We have so many knowledgeable people within our network. Sometimes in the, I think sometimes in the larger food movements, we sometimes see where specific individuals are being asked again and again to be speakers or to be the voice for the seeds. And we want to really decentralize that and include as many voices as possible. So we're going to be starting a speaker circle so that we can uplift the diverse voices of our network and all the beautiful work that they're doing in their communities. So it's not just a couple of talking heads for the movement. And let's see, I'm looking back at my notes here. And so yeah, that whole, those few things I just shared are really just about increasing the visibility of our regional network, both to uplift the work of local leadership, but also to reach people whose work aligns with our network who may not be aware or connected with us yet. So I know I ran through a lot of things. I'll leave this up here for a second. This is my email with Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance if you want to reach out to me. But I would love to answer questions. I'll stop sharing my screen. I'll also drop my email in the chat. I would love to answer questions and also just open it up to general discussion now too.
So we did have a couple of questions that were put in the chat. Well, one of them was just asking if you could put the link to the video that you had in your presentation in the chat. People would like to see that. And then there was another question that said, is the Seed Sovereignty Assessment Toolkit available somewhere? And how do they go about starting this process for their own community?
So right now, the Seed Sovereignty Assessment Toolkit, we're rolling that out in training here in the Midwest. But Rowan White is also coordinating trainings in other areas right now. I think if someone is interested in trying to have one of those, either join one of those training groups or have a training for your region, I think the best suggestion right now I can give is to reach out to Rowan, who's our national program director and is kind of leading that part of our work. Kind of related to that, that toolkit, and Rowan has been working on a seed rematriation toolkit, set of resources to help guide or support communities, and if they're approaching institutions like museums and universities, and trying to obtain their ancestral seeds, kind of supporting them and doing that. She's wrapping up some final touches on a toolkit now, and that will be released later this spring on our website.
Shiloh, I just want to ask if there's a coordinator for the lower Midwest, including Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and other places, because I'm focusing, as you know, on the Calumet area of Chicago and Indiana.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Blake. So I'm the only regional coordinator right now for the upper Midwest. I'm the first of the regional coordinators, but we're in the process of identifying some folks in the other regions that might end up being regional coordinators eventually. So we're just at this beginning phase of creating these different regional networks. The Midwest was, I think, had a few years head start on some other regions. And so that was why we went with the Midwest first to have a regional hub. But pretty soon here, I would guess by the end of the year, we should be hearing more about which regions are next.
Have you reached out to the folks of the Miami and the Anuka, which are the Peoria nations, about their seed saving and stuff?
I haven't yet, but I'll make a note and check in with Rowan. I'm sure she's connected to someone in the areas.
So we have another question that reads, do you mind sharing what particular seed literacy materials you offer in your mentorship program?
I think it's a variety of things. I don't think it's just one material. So as a part of our network, our members, we have like an online, it's like an online classroom platform, but there isn't a class taught through it, but it's a kind of a place that we hold all of our different resources for our network. So there are, handouts about some of the things we've talked about today about, seed or isolation distances to ensure seeds are true to type, some real basic seed saving 101 things. And, it's just kind of developing over time, depending on what our network has requested or said that they might need to help support their work. And so we're continually adding materials to it. I know that wasn't a very specific answer, but there are a lot of different resources as part of that.
I've got a question.
Yes.
I've grown amaranth in Sault Ste. Marie, and it grew 6 feet tall. It grew rather large, but I had difficulty separating it. How can I separate the seed from that Catalin that it's on?
That's a good question. I've never grown amaranth. I'm not as familiar with it. Does anyone else on the call have any experience?
It's not supposed to grow up here, but it does.
Yeah. So because I have processed amaranth, I don't grow it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The one of the best ways to do it is a tarp and actually like dancing on top of it. And that'll help sort of break things loose. Sharon, it looks like you maybe have some experience as well.
Yeah, my husband has grown a couple of types of amaranth, and we haven't, we have saved the seed from it, okay? We put it in paper bags.
Okay.
All right. And dry it that way. In fact, I use the hatch in my car. I put a lot of stuff in my car because it's a nice dry place, and it'll dry out and it'll keep the mice out of everything.
Good idea. It gets hot in there too.
It does. You know, you kind of have to keep an eye on it. But the thing is, but we had not grown it and processed it for food. The red type I use for dye. You can make dye out of it. And so I use that to dye basket splints and also yarn, you know, so, but I just thought I'd put my 2 cents in. We're from Connecticut. We're from Connecticut.
Excuse me. It's a super high protein food.
Yeah. I know it's very nutritious, but that's a good project this year to figure that out. Yeah. That would be a great thing.
And I just want to direct folks to some other additional comments have been made about amaranth in the chat as well.
I'd mentioned a group called the Garden's Edge. They may have some video. I think you can find them. They're a nonprofit. Right. And I think they have some video on processing amaranth they do a lot of work with the Mayans out of Guatemala, and they actually have a amaranth tour they do. Okay. So they plant actually here in New Mexico and a few other places, and then come back and do the processing. So there may be something there. It's called the Garden's Edge.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm just gonna read this one for my fellow co-presenters. Someone asked, what point is the corn mature to harvest for seed? I don't know if someone else wants to take that one.
I was going to answer the question on the corn maturity. We just leave ours out there till everything is dry, depending on the variety too. But if you can keep it out there as long as possible, a lot of times the stalks and everything will dry. At that point in time, again, you have to kind of monitor because you'll have other animals wanting to check the maturity also. So if their birds are getting into it, you know, it's ready to be picked. You know, everything, if you're going for seed, everything has got to be out there as long as possible. Summer squashes, you know, like usually like zucchinis, you'll pick maybe about, you know, I like them at maybe 6 inches, sometimes even less. But if you're growing them for seed, you're going to get nearly 3 feet long and about that big around, and you leave them out there till they get fully mature.
I was going to mention, you know, Clayton had said that, you know, that the birds or other animals will also come and check the maturity of your corn. I have had to grow some longer season varieties, and, you know, like as soon as the plant starts to senesce or die back, I actually had to uproot the entire plant and put it into a storage space for it to fully mature inside, away from other animals that were just as eager to get at it. So there's a couple different processes that you can do with it, but that's one way that the corn will still well, I guess we'll essentially finish and dry down on the plant, but the plant is no longer in the earth.
I just saw a question to someone asked if they could share the video. Yes, please share that video and spread the good word of our Seed Keepers network.
So it looks like we have about 10 minutes left. I know that we had like a little jumble of topics that we decided that we could possibly talk about if we would get to a point like this during the workshop. So I don't know which of these topics we would like to tackle, but because they might take a lot of time, but we can start talking about if anyone wants to talk about community needs in regards to seed saving, like where you are, like something specific for your community, your hometown, feel free to put something like that in the chat or raise your hand. Or facilitators, if you all want to, we can talk about maybe things that you can use around your home for seed saving, something that people would have easy access to, or even growing in small spaces. I know, Shiloh, you mentioned that you may want to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I can speak to that just a little bit since we have some time, and then I'll just kind of adapt what I'm going to talk about tomorrow a little bit. So I did mention something in the chat about this too, because there was a question about how many corn plants you need to have to ensure diversity, so you don't have any issues with like the inbreeding with the plants. And so one of the gardens I grew at in Detroit, well, I guess I'll start. I was told that ideally you should have about 200 plants to ensure diversity in one generation of your garden. And so, meaning one season. And so that was way more than what we were able to grow in our small space where I started growing in Detroit. And so what I did is I was able to find a couple other community members who are going to grow as well, and like the same variety of corn that season. And then we exchanged some seed with each other at the end of the season, so that we were able to share some of those genetic traits among that same variety. And so that was one way. I've heard other urban growers do similar things who are looking to seed save in small spaces. Again, the small spaces can be challenging for another thing we had in the chat. We were kind of, as Clayton was talking, answering someone's question about hand pollinating. Ideally, you don't want to have to do that with all of your plants, because it can be really labor intensive, but I have gone through to help them along. Like we had a really vigorous squash we were growing one year that had like super long vines, and we just didn't have the space to plant as many as we had liked. But I really wanted to ensure their success and that they would come to maturity. So I went through with a clean paintbrush and moved the pollen around from the male and female flowers to help hand pollinate them. So that helped a bit too. That's another strategy you can use if you have a smaller space to ensure things get pollinated. And I forget, there was another thing, another part of that question besides small space, and I think I've forgotten, but that's all right. Does anyone else have Jessica or Clayton have anything to add about small spaces?
Yeah, it's definitely about getting creative with, the space, the isolation, or the timing by isolation. It can be incredibly difficult, but, I know for me, some of the seeds that I had started to grow came from a handful. You also want to make sure that if you're in the same situation where you have a limited amount of seed, you don't want to act like it's Vegas and go all in. You'll want to be able to split that up, even if it's over the course of 4 years. So I think that's another reason why we call seed work slow work, is just to ensure that you have a good year every year. You're able to grow it every year. And if you have other partners or neighbors, family, and friends in your area, that you're able to all grow out the same variety. And then, like Shiloh said, at the end of the season, bring it all back together. And then continue to do the same process with either the same variety or another variety. So there's definitely ways to get creative. Like don't feel like you don't have the space for 200 plants so you can't grow corn. It's something about thinking about how the long-term care is going to be, or the long-term growing plan for that particular crop will be.
Yeah, I guess there's some cautionary things to think about too. If you're like, if you do have a small amount of one particular kind of seed, and maybe it's, you know, endangered or rare, one of the things you don't want to do is plant all of them that year. You want to save some, even if it's corn. You know, we're talking about 200. If you don't have that, plant half of it and see what happens, because we talked about crop loss, right? And so, you know, you can do things over a period of time. Plant some one year, hopefully you'll get some production, mix it back up with your original batch, replant those, and keep going at it like that. Yeah, we're, you know, at those critical times. We had, with one of our varieties of beans, some years we have really good years, and other years almost, you know, like it doesn't turn out very good. So you always hold back some seed. You'll have some. Sometimes you just have a little bit. With beans, it's not such a huge problem because they're self-pollinating, but the other ones are reliant on other ways of reproducing. So I used to tell everybody there's no such thing as a small farm, because it kind of minimizes its importance. They're all important. I start using the term family or community scale farms.
So we have a couple questions that were new. One person said, are there any ideas about saving seeds in the long run for future generations? So any insight you all would like to share on that?
So my mind is going to two different places because I also see there's a long-term seed storage. So I can even talk about the long-term seed storage because I feel like if we talk about saving seeds in the long run, we might be here another hour. But the long-term seed storage, I know Clayton alluded to drying the seeds. I know another way you can check to see if your seeds are completely dry is to take a mason jar or another container, put some of your seeds in there in a piece of paper, and you'll crumple it up, set the paper in there, and you'll check it after a day or two. And if it feels completely crispy dry, then you know your seeds are dry and ready for the freezer. If it's still a little bit moist, you'll want to make sure you lay your seeds back out and let them further dry some more. I know as soon as they're completely dry, that's when I move mine into the freezer. And that's, I use Mylar envelopes with food grade silica packets. And again, it's also about separating your seeds. So you don't put all of your seeds into the same container and into the same freezer. I know for our, the bundle that we take care of at work is separated in 3 separate freezers. So that way, if there was an electrical outage or any other type of problem that we could potentially have, that collection isn't completely lost, or that one particular seed isn't completely lost. So, you know, you can even think about it in ways that maybe you're sharing a portion of your seed with someone else. So that way it's something that the two of you are also growing in 2 different locations, and then also 2 long-term freezer or chest freezer storage spaces.
To add on to what Jessica was saying, like my mind immediately when I read that question went to asking, I'm often asking myself whether people have the skills and knowledge to sustain the behavior or whatever they're trying to like continue doing. So when we're sharing seed, ensuring that the people we're gifting those to know how to take care of them and that we're sharing our knowledge generously with people so that they can uphold those responsibilities. So I go to, just the way my mind works is, does the individual have the skills and knowledge they need to pass that on to other people? As you know, because as long as that knowledge and those skills are alive and we're continuing to pass them on, like these food ways and life ways will continue. And so that's kind of where I go with it. But I think that can be said on a community level too. Like, how are you building an infrastructure to care for the seeds in your community? Like, because if it's just lying on one, all that responsibility lies with one family or a couple of people, then that's not a very resilient or secure way of protecting the seeds. And so thinking how you can decentralize that to make it a really common or normal part of everyone's way that they relate to food and interact with food, even if it's not all of their food. Maybe it's they have one crop that they look after. You know, something I'm thinking about in terms of our network is the seed inventory or database system that I'll be working on this year. So we know what varieties exist within our region, and we can better keep an eye on like what their kind of like health basically is like in the region. Are their numbers dwindling? Do we need to rally efforts to save a particular variety? And those type of things. I'm a very like community-wide, system-wide thinker. So that's kind of where I go in terms of thinking how to ensure that future generations have seed.
I want to ask you about which other types of squashes historically that you had for your people besides that whole chunk squash that you had for that you had from Seed Saver.
That's so Blake, that's one of those great mysteries, and that's something that I continue to do research on because not all of my ancestral seeds have been rematriated. So that's something I'm probably going to be working on the rest of my life, is to find where my ancestral seeds are, whether they're in museums, seed companies, institutions, and hoping to continue to try to bring them home.
Has your people?
All right, if anyone has any last minute questions or anything really quickly, if you want to raise your hand or put it in the chat, we can maybe go over those within the next few minutes. But if everyone's good on questions today, thank you all so much for joining day 2 of the Seed Saving Workshop. We have one more day. Thank you all for a great turnout. I think it went really well today. So yeah, we'll be going from 2 to 4 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time as well. So thank you all again so much for coming out. Thank you all for coming out for the final day of this virtual seed saving workshop. Excited again to have you all here today. Very quickly, just want to introduce myself just in case we have some new people joining us. My name is Shannon Russell. I've been working with Bay Mills Community College. My service year is just for 1 year. That was redundant. I've just been helping out with different workshops and events such as this one, and I'm so excited to have had this opportunity, and I'm so happy to be here with you all today. Very quickly, I just want to go over some quick Zoom courtesy rules, I guess. So if you all can, just please keep your mics muted while someone is speaking or one of the facilitators are presenting their information. And keep in mind that this workshop will be ending at 4 p.m. today. And just to say again, this is the last day. So thank you all again so much for coming out. And I also wanted to tell you guys that we will be hosting a virtual Batagan workshop this month on the 18th from 2:30 to 4 p.m. And I'll put the registration link in the box, in the chat box. But basically, for those who don't know, a Batagan is a container made out of yellow birch bark that's traditional to some Native cultures. So I think that workshop is going to be very exciting as well. Instructors, sorry, my voice. Instructors such as Kevin Finney are going to be presenting. He's very experienced in Batagan. So I think that's going to be something really awesome for the community. So I'll put that link in the chat box for you all right now. Just 1 second. And very quickly, I did want to read everyone's responses to, sorry, to Clayton's question on what is a seed, because those responses were really interesting. And hopefully that could be something that we like talk about very quickly before our facilitators go into their presentations. Please let me know if that link works for you all. Okay, so going into your responses for what is a seed, and for any new participants on the first day of the workshop, Clayton, while he was presenting, he asked the participants the question of what is a seed, because it may seem like a simple question, but a lot of people have so many different ideas of what is a seed, and maybe like a seed means something different to you than it does to someone else. So I'll read those responses now. So I'm just gonna go down the list. A seed is a plant baby. A seed is a promise. It's what you observed in the past. It's something that can grow and nourish us if given the right conditions. A plant's heart, such as a spirit container. A seed represents new life. A plant embryo. Seed full of life. A seed is a new beginning. And lastly, seeds are babies the Creator gave us to live and be better human beings in this world. So I think those responses were all very beautiful and awesome. So if anyone would like to talk about those responses really quickly, we can do that. But or if you just want to put something in the chat, your thoughts on those responses, feel free and go ahead and do that. But I'm going to pass the mic off to our presenters for today. So.
I guess we can probably start with reintroducing ourselves in case we have anyone joining us for the first time today. My name is Shiloh Maples. I'm Ojibwe and Odawa, and I'm the Upper Midwest Regional Coordinator for the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network, which is part of the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance. That's a mouthful. And I'm very happy to be here with you all again today. I think later on I'm going to be sharing a little bit about some of the considerations that I think about when I'm selecting seed varieties, about what I'm going to grow from year to year, a little bit about container gardening, and show a couple pictures of some supplies you might use in your seed saving.
I greet each and every one of you. My name is Jessica Greendeer. I'm a member of the Ho-Chunk Nation and a member of the Deer Clan. I am the seed keeper and farm manager at Dream of Wild Health, and then I also own my own micro farm. I'm so honored. I wish we had longer than 3 days because there's so many different things that we could be talking about. But hopefully this at least opens the door for people who either have experience or gives some of those newer growers some additional perspectives and help shape their growing season this year. A little bit about what I'll be presenting on today is the USDA GRIN system and how to navigate through that. If you are also looking for some of your ancestral seeds that might be in the USDA collections.
Good morning, everyone. Sengi Tamo, Sego, Skenet Goa, And my name's Clayton Brocope. I'm a program director for Traditional Native American Farmers Association. I'm also a Bear Clan Mohawk. Been living out here in the Pueblo of Tesuque, which is just north of Santa Fe, New Mexico, with in my wife's community since 1973. I wanted to, I don't know if they'll allow me. I've got probably maybe 10 or 12 minute, another PowerPoint, a little bit on if you are growing seeds, that it needs to be part of a community, and actually that community is very large. So I don't know if I just asked if I had maybe 10 or 12 minutes to do that. I can do that.
Sure. Clayton, do you want to go first if you're ready?
I think I'm ready. Now you have to tell me if it's showing or not.
Just have to hit the play button now.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So real quick, just introduction. This is our logo for our association. Again, it addresses the diversity, also colors of corn, directions, and what I've heard from our ancestors, it actually represents humanity and maybe the races of humankind. So corn and the other seeds have been with us for millennia. Actually, I'll say from the beginning of time, these stories go all the way back into our creation stories. A lot of the corn and the other seeds that we do have in our communities, there's that relationship that we have. We can't survive or live without them, and also they have that same duty and responsibility, a symbiotic relationship. So humans and seed are interconnected in that way. This is us as a family planting. The act of agriculture, growing food, strengthening family ties, bonds. We spend hours and hours, days and days, every season, all year long together as a family. We try to use machinery minimally. And so when we're planting, the only sound we can hear is ourselves talking. And, you know, no machinery. And I tell people, you know, when is the last time you spoke with your children or grandkids for hours on end when you weren't mad at them? So that lends us that opportunity. This is actually a real quick sequence of one of the techniques we've used is the Three Sisters. If you look real closely, you'll see corn, beans, and squash. These are 3 different varieties that we've chosen. There's other mixtures that we use, or you know, there's hundreds of varieties of corns, hundreds of varieties of squashes, and hundreds of varieties of beans. So you can mix and match and try to find which ones work together in this system. We usually do this on a limited basis, but it's worth learning and very productive. This is it at a different growth stage. You'll see we've got sunflowers in there too. Another growth stage, and it's coming up. We've got watermelons, and so sometimes if you want to replace vining squashes, you can put other vining plants in this system. This is at near full maturity. If you look at the sunflowers, we're actually pruning the leaves off the bottom to allow more sunlight, and the watermelons are growing underneath there. We've got beans, we've got sunflowers, watermelon, squash, and corn all in this system. That's another view of it. Diversity, again, I can't emphasize that enough. You know, you need that diversity of whatever. And even within each variety, there's that diversity. You got to maintain that diversity, you know, of strength. When we're selecting for seed, the only thing that we look for is if it had any plant diseases, we rolled those out. If there's any insect damage, we take those out. We don't select for uniformity. So that's us personally. I know some people have other protocols when they're selecting seed, but that's the one that, those are the ones that we choose. So this, again, diversity of corn, there's probably tens of thousands of land races of corns from northern Canada, North America, Mexico, Central America, on into South America, all at some at sea level, and some are growing at above 12,000 feet. And they all have different needs and responses to each of those climates. Same thing with squashes, diversity of squashes. We talked a little bit about that. Beans. This is from last year. There was actually 4 different types of beans. Some years we have grown others. We've got adopted and adapted seeds, crops. This is a watermelon, a yellow meat watermelon. Someone mentioned about a pot of watermelon yesterday. You can look, there's some really nice seeds in this watermelon. It's delicious. But one of the factors that we as a farming family, but we as our parents and grandparents, our ancestors were selecting for, one of the ideas they look at is storage. This watermelon can be stored very low tech. I got photographs, not in this series, but they just hang up with a little net. They don't touch one another. We do it in our home, no refrigeration. This photograph was taken 6 months after we had harvested. We harvested in probably late October. We probably cut it in April or May and enjoyed it. Saved the seeds. And then we talked about, we didn't really talk about the wet processing of seeds, but we probably don't have time for that. Again, diversity in melons. There's actually 3 different types of melons in here. Those are adopted and adapted to our climates. The other thing we do is through our association, we've been doing this since 1994, is teaching anyone how to grow seed, but also clean seed and store seed. Low tech, you'll see 2 different kinds of fans there. And you can use the wind. You can buy other equipment, but most people do have fans. If you don't have fans, you can use the wind. And there's even techniques that our ancestors, our grandparents talked about even inviting the wind to help us. So those are, so we try to do this at least twice a year in person. That hasn't happened because of the pandemic, but hopefully it'll be something that will be ongoing, maybe even virtually. This is a group of our students. Some are from South America, Central America, and North America. In the past, we've actually had students from Japan, and I'm trying to remember where else. International students, anyways. They just finished cleaning a seed. I don't remember which one, so you can see the, I guess, the faces of accomplishment. Again, another just where we do our work. You know, you don't need too fancy of facilities, but if you can get those facilities, I'll encourage that. We also use a machine. My grandkids do a lot of seed cleaning and food cleaning for us. This one's called a clipper, an office tester clipper. I lost this one actually last spring in a shed fire, and I've replaced it. You can make the adjustments. You can have, you know, basically let your grandkids do the work for you. It's still a skill level, but not as skilled if you're using more by hand and by the wind. One of the techniques we use with, this is actually oats, but we also use it with corn. We also use it with beans, is we actually step on the seed. With the beans, we actually don't do it in these containers. We'll do it on tarps, because if it's a hard surface, it'll break the beans. But if it's a little softer surface, it won't. This will break some seeds, but the seeds that do break are either infertile or there was some damage to them already. So that's a way of producing really good high quality seed, is to step on it and then to winnow it. We use screens. These are handmade screens. You can buy screens that are real specific to each crop. And I encourage people to invest into those things. But we're investing in our grandkids too, right? We're teaching them how to do this. This is one of my grandsons. He's really skilled at it with his mother. And what we're doing is we're doing a real preliminary cleaning of the beans in the field. They'll be transferred and then re-cleaned several times before we select for seed, and we'll select for food. Yeah. The other thing you can do real easily is before you put your seed into storage, is to do a germination test. These are real simple germination tests. There's high-tech equipment you can buy. Again, if you can afford it, get it. If you don't, you can still do it in your home and in your kitchen. Basically, we've labeled these. The different seeds, we do it in tens. So there may be 30, 40, 50, or 60, depends on the seed itself. So you can do a percentage. If you do it in tens, you can do it in a percentage. Say you put in 100 bean seeds, you wet them, you put them in towels, you labeled it. You'll wait for X amount of days. They have to still have that day and night. That's what helps them germinate. They have to have a certain consistent temperature, about 80, 85 degrees. Make sure the water is, the moisture, it can't be too wet, can't be too dry. And after maybe 4 or 5, 7 days, they're going to start to sprout. And then you can count. Seed companies, conventional seed companies where you're buying packages from, they have a certain standard. Most of them are like 80, 85%. Our seeds that we test are normally between, the lowest I've ever seen was like 95%. If it hits below that, what you can do is re-clean them and retest them. You step on them again and test them again before you put them into storage. Label, 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 label at every step, because you think you're going to remember and you're not going to, especially if you're doing a lot of things. I'm at fault. That's why I'm emphasizing that. I've done that and looked at seeds and said, oh my God, what was this? So what I'll do is I'll label it saying unknown and put the date on it. And at some point in time, that unknown will become something that you will remember, hopefully. Seed storage, we didn't really talk too much about that, but we're encouraging each farmer, each gardener to grow their seed, to keep it stored somewhere where it's cool, dark, and dry. Those are the 3 critical factors. What we're also encouraging is that each community also do that. This is in Pueblo of Tesuque. This is a community/regional food bank. It's low tech, it's underground. The only moving part, if you will, is solar collection and batteries that move the air in there. There's no artificial refrigeration. Even in the summertime, you can go down there and it'll be hovering around between 45 and 50 degrees. No refrigeration, no no artificial means of keeping them cool. So cool, dry, and dark. So this is just a portion. This was taken about 2 years ago, and there may be more seed in there. So they're all labeled. You can see glass jars, you can see bags. It depends on the amount of seeds that you have and what type of seed you have. One of the other things we do is that some people may know this person, maybe not. His name is Oren Lyons, faith keeper from Onondaga, which is in the capital city, if you will, of the Haudenosaunee. We have some of their collection. They have a huge collection of seed also. And what we're doing is we're keeping some of their seed, and hopefully we're going to be able to transfer some of the seed we have to their collection in case something goes wrong in these collections. The other way we ensure seeds are alive and in our communities, we do these seed exchanges in person. Last year we didn't do it. We're going to try to figure out how to do that. So we, in northern New Mexico, we know a lot of farmers. We invite them. There was a document that I had sent Shannon. It was a declaration of seed sovereignty. We talk about that. It could be shared with anybody else. Just stating our position on seeds, because there's others that wish to patent, own, or disallow us from maintaining seeds. So we're doing it as farmers, as communities, and as in regions. We also, in these seed events, these seed exchanges, no seed is sold. We do it face-to-face when possible. And we also share food, prayer, and music. So it becomes a celebration, not just, a sanitized, I guess, type of event, right? One of the other things we've been able to do, again, is Rowan talked, or that was the other day with another one about seed rematuration. If you find seeds, perhaps you're looking for seed, they're not in your community anymore, you look for them, you could, once you do find them, we're returning these relatives back to our communities. The gentleman on the, I guess it's on the right hand of my screen anyways, is former Governor Gilbert Suazo Sr. He's the governor of Taos Pueblo. This was an event we hosted maybe 3 or 4 years ago, actually with support of Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance and a few other organizations. This Taos Pueblo pumpkin was found in a seed collection with Seed Savers Exchange. They actually grew it out and then we presented it back to the community, back to the governor. The lady on the left-hand side is Henrietta Gomez. That's the fruit of, and it still has some of the seeds. This is the accumulation of a 3-day event that we did there in Taos Pueblo. Internationally, we need to be aware of what's going on outside of our I'll say your own country, your own region. We've hosted a corn summit in Belize with the Mayans, and we talked about corns, the importance of corns, and celebration, right? We need to remember ceremony. We need to remember us as a people. Remember how to cook these foods and how to celebrate as a people. That's all wrapped up together. Lastly, people may know her, recognize her. This is Vandana Shiva. She's a huge seed advocate, an advocate for indigenous and other farmers in India. She's a vocal person that speaks out for local seeds, indigenous seeds, farmers, and land stewardship. We were able to invite her to an event that we used to host here in northern New Mexico. She honored her with her presence. There's a recording of her presentation, and I'll see if I can find it. It's on a DVD. It may be able to be put on the internet. I'm not sure. It was very moving. She talked about seed patenting and other things. The image, this is actually our seed library, our seed bank that she's standing behind. It's a natural building, like I said. The basement, if you will, is where the seeds are kept. It was all built with natural materials, recycled materials. And the image on the wall, the back wall, is called a vayu. It's a water serpent. Maybe you probably have similar stories up in your neck of the woods. If you look at it's river, it's water, and lightning, and brings fertility. I think that's all I have for this slide presentation. Thank you. And if I move to stop share.
If anyone has any questions for Clayton, please go ahead and put that in the group chat, or just raise your hand on Zoom and go ahead. Bill.
Clayton, are most of the corn that you grow, are they like a field corn or a sweet corn? I can't hear you, Clayton.
Clayton, you're on mute.
Okay.
That's all right. You're still on mute. There you go.
Okay. The corns that we grow personally as a family are all what they call flower corns. Okay. We do have one sweet corn that we do grow, but we don't grow it very often. So yeah. No, we don't grow anything what they call field corn, no feed corn.
Okay.
When we do select our corns, when we do harvest, we select seed, we select food, and then there's like a fourth grade, and those are clean for sometimes we have turkeys, sometimes we have chickens and other livestock. Okay. That's what it goes to.
Clayton.
Thank you.
I want to ask you about storing seeds in the winter outside of the fridge or the freezer, and how can we keep our seeds moist without drying out?
They need to be dry. Every seed, if you're storing, needs to be dried. Dry. And they needs to be put, you can put them into glass jars or clean cotton bags, or any container where moisture won't get into. Metal containers will wick moisture, so I don't, or attract moisture, so I don't recommend metal containers. Plastic bags aren't very good either because they're permeable. And so once you get them into a container, you got to put them somewhere where it's dry, dark, and cool.
Are we better off putting them in paper packages?
You can put them in paper bags.
And what about any type of plastic package?
I've seen people put them in plastic containers with lids, but not plastic bags. And every time you put a seed into storage or into a container, put a label on the inside and a label on the outside. Label, 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 with as much information as you can put on a label.
So we have a few questions in the chat. Aaron said that they were gifted Seneca, I might be saying this wrong, pink lady corn in 2015 that someone accidentally cross-pollinated with Assiniboine blue corn. They've been trying to grow it out to remove the blue from it. Do you have any tips for them?
I think maybe the other ladies would be able to chime in too, but what you could do is grow them out and select just by color and rogue out the blue, keep those separate somewhere else, and keep planting the pink. It may maybe take 4 generations to pull those, separate them apart. But it's doable.
It's definitely not impossible, but it does take some time. And yeah, I completely agree with what Clayton had recommended.
All right, we have another question for you, Clayton. Someone asked, what is your organization and community? Yeah, they missed where you're from and where you work from when you introduced yourself earlier.
Okay, so everybody has to log on time. My organization is called Traditional Native American Farmers Association, and I believe if I didn't, I'll put my email and website. Nonprofit. We've been in existence since 1992. I live here in my wife's community of Pueblo Tesuque, which is just north of Santa Fe, New Mexico, where we farm, and I work out of the Pueblo Tesuque, my home. The Pueblo Tesuque does have a farm project program also that I can benefit from, but they're 2 separate organizations.
I wanted to ask you a quick question, Clayton. When you were talking about germination, when you were doing it at home, were those like paper towels that you used to put like under the seeds and on top, or were that
white paper towels? And we use a little spritzer bottle to moisten them. They can't be too wet or too dry. Sometimes we can put them in Ziploc bags if you're just doing a little bit. You don't have to put them in and then once those towels are on there, you can cover those again with, say like a cloth towel. And it has to be at a constant temperature, 80, 85 degrees. And they like to have, you have to try to keep them in a place where there's going to be night and day. And that triggers them also. The moisture, the temperature, and the light and dark. So when you want to store seeds, you deny them of those things. You put them in cool, dark, and dry.
I see that Bill also raised his hand a moment ago.
Thank you. Clayton, do you grow, you said you grew oats. Is that mostly for human consumption or what?
Those oats were actually, I didn't say I grew them. They were in that picture. Okay. That's a farm project. They grow it as a cover crop.
Okay.
And they also, somehow, if you get it in the milky stage, they sell it to an herb company.
Okay. The reason I ask is there's a new type of oat out now. They call it naked oats, but it's about $12 a pound. It's very expensive, but there's no secondary layer in there that you have to take off. So once you knock it out of the husk, you can use it directly for cereal.
Yeah. It may be an old variety too.
Okay. Because normally they have to heat the oats to 160 degrees and then roll them through these special rollers.
Yeah.
So that's why all the cereal companies control that type of oat, like for Quaker Oats and all those. You and I can't grow them because we don't have the way to process them.
We've, us as a family, the grains we have grown is actually old varieties of wheat, but we don't, you have to have, in order to do larger quantities, you have to have specialized equipment, which we don't. So everything has to be done by hand. And so some years we've done it, some years we haven't, just because it, like people were talking about the amaranth yesterday, like it's a little tough to process, but yeah.
Oh, Bill, we can't hear you.
With this type of naked oats, the outer husk is knocked off and you can eat what's underneath it. You just cook it up. You can crush it like oatmeal. But like I said, it's expensive and they're just trying to bring it back right now. I just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Clayton, I'm back again. I just took most of my beans out of my plastic bag. What shall I do to save my beans after I took them out of my plastic bag to keep them moist and stable for the rest of the winter till spring?
You could put them, if you have clean glass jars, you can put them in there. And the other thing sometimes you could add is they have those little, what do they call them? Desiccant pad bags, the little small ones. Sometimes they have them in the electronics. You can drop those in there. If it's for seed, you can also, if you have a source for diatomaceous earth, you could put a little bit of that in there, you know, and just kind of monitor them. Put them in they need to be in a container and they need to be labeled.
Someone has another question from Owen that says they just have a question about seed collecting from watermelons. So if you would like to give some insight on that, Clayton.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the others can chime in too. Well, with watermelons, again, what you want to do is leave it out in the field till full maturity. And even sometimes if it's gone, the word is overripe, gone bad, that's even better. And what you'll do is cut them open, put the juice and even the flesh into a container. Depending on how many you have, how much you have, you can put them in a clean plastic bucket or into gallon glass jars. Put everything into there and tighten it up, not real super tight, but tighten it up. Put a label on there and let it ferment for, depends on your climate. It may take 5 days, it may take 8 days. You'll see a little bacteria growing on the top that's white. Perfect. Then what you're going to do is rinse them out, wash them off, and then dry them. And again, how we dry is put them on a screen. We use a clean white cloth and put the seeds on there and put them in a place where not in direct sunlight, and make sure they're dry. If you think they're dry, keep them out for a few more days. And then you can, that's a wet process. You can do that with watermelons. You can do that with tomatoes, cucumbers. I'm probably missing something, but yeah, that's the wet process.
Yeah, it's basically any of them too. Not all of them have, you know, with tomatoes, they have kind of that jelly, slimy texture around the seed. That's a sign of like a wet seed. And so you would do that type of method, but not all of them have that kind of coating on the outside. But I do what Clayton just described. There's some great YouTube videos if you need a refresher later when it actually comes time to do that out there. I also want to recommend, there's a great book. I don't have my copy here next to me at this moment, but it's from Seed Savers Exchange and it's called The Seed Garden. And it it breaks down by different plant family and specific crops within those families, and talks about how, just like tips about saving the seed, about growing and caring for the plant throughout the season. It has some tips like what Clayton just shared about whether it's a dry seed or a wet seed. Talks about some different strategies for saving them and processing the seed for storage. That is a go-to thing for me a lot. If I need a refresher, is that particular book. And I'll put that into the chat too, the name.
Just very quickly, I know there were a couple questions about seed storage, so I just grabbed a couple examples for everyone. So there's this, you can kind of see it. It's a, whoops, sorry babies. It's a Mylar envelope. It's resealable. And so you can put your seeds right into here. Of course, you'll want to limit how many you're putting in. And then within this pouch, you can also put those food grade desiccants or food grade silica packets inside here. This is an example of one of my seeds. And of course, just like Clayton said, label, label, label. And so some of these jars I actually labeled on the outside, but then things had gotten rubbed off. So I always make sure I keep keep the name inside the jar as well. And then one more example are these cotton bags. So it's a nice little cotton pouch. Again, putting like your information on the inside of the bag to keep it all together. Then it's got some strings if you needed to hang it. Another thing that comes in handy are even like pillowcases. I know pillowcases, I use those for just about everything. So something else to think of. So it doesn't have to be expensive. Some of the products I did show you can purchase through Uline. I don't work for Uline. I'm not getting paid to mention them, but they do have all of those different products there too.
Jessica, does vacuum packing help?
It does. I don't personally vacuum pack because I'm on a nonprofit budget. So I only use the food grade like resealable Mylar envelopes.
Okay.
One other thing I wanted to mention, since we were kind of talking about different things that we use for processing and storage, the nonprofit that I was previously working at had a kitchen and it had a cooling rack that like bakers use. You can usually get those pretty inexpensive, and they have like 30 different rows on them. And we sometimes would use the baking trays to lay things out before we came up with another system. We'd lay them out there to dry for several weeks. I also started, we had to get some, not storm windows, but screens replaced at my house. And so I kept some of the old screens and washed them up really well, made sure they were dry. And then I was able to put them in that cooling rack in the kitchen so that the air circulation could get through. Again, I'm always trying to think of ways that I can repurpose things instead of, so that they kind of get out of the waste stream. They don't end up in the landfill. And so even if you don't use, even if you have a tear in the screen, you could use the rest of that mesh for doing around a different frame too. So there, you know, I encourage you to get really creative, whatever you have kind of around your house. Just if you're trying a new method, keep an eye on things. That way that they're actually getting good air circulation and that they're keeping dry. I made a mistake one year of when I was first starting to seed save of I thought that my squash seeds were dry. They looked dry, they felt dry. I see Clayton's laughing, he knows, because you still got to put them out for longer. I didn't know, I put them in a paper envelope because it was just one squash worth. I put them in my freezer, or no, it was in the fridge. I put them in the little container where the butter goes. They were next to my butter. And I went to go peek in there because I just wanted to see how they were doing, and they had started to mold. And I about had a panic attack because I didn't have very much of the seed. And luckily it was just a couple, and I was able to put them back out on a tray to dry again. And there were a few I had to take out, but luckily the mold spores hadn't spread to all of the seeds, and I was able to save most of them. But another plug to let them sit out, especially larger seeds like that, like let them sit out longer than you think.
So I'm going to share my screen. And so I did mention it the other day about the USDA GRIN system or GRIN database. And for anyone who's joining us for the first time today, sometimes our ancestral seeds had been collected by the USDA or by a curator, by different seed houses, and then those seeds were shared with the USDA to sort of keep as an archive or within their archives and databases. All right, so GRIN, just like you were smiling, GRIN, it's the Germplasm Resources Information Network. So this is a public site. I would encourage all of you to check it out, especially if you are looking for your own ancestral seeds here. And this is not just indigenous seeds. There are seeds from all around the world that have been placed in this within this database. And then they're spread across the different USDA plant sites across the country and in different parts of the world. So, right. So you can access the site, and just right below the banner, you'll see a simple search. I know we have many Ojibwe or Anishinaabe people within the community, so just bringing that up for you all to see. Of course, you can do more advanced searches by, like, let's say you were looking for just corn, you know, you'd want to look through ZMaze, but you can also just do very simple searches. I also want to give the heads up that the names within the system are not necessarily what our traditional names are for our own people. So there might be the colonized names within this, and maybe some aren't necessarily politically correct, but I would let people know that.
Figured it out.
So I'm going to bring us down to right here where we've got Bear Island Chippewa. So looking at the Bear Island corn, or the Bear Island corn entry. And the beautiful part about I'm going to shut my video off and see if that helps, helps my internet. So if you, all the different entries will have the information, you know, the Latin name, a common name or what it's referred to, where it was donated from, where it's located or maintained and grown out, which plant station, when it was received, when it was assigned its plant identification number, whether it's a landrace or if it's a genetically modified or engineered seed. Yeah, some other information. And as you scroll down, you'll see additional information or restrictions. Like this one, you know, there's some information might be listed with each of the plants or varieties of, like this one, the corn borer or susceptible to corn borer. And not every entry has pictures, but the ones that do will give you an idea of the cob size, not only the cob size, but sort of like what the population looks like as a group. With this view, they'll sort of take a slice off of the cob and show you just how many rows each cob is. So maybe it's an 8-row or a 12-row or a 24-row. You'll be able to identify the cobs or the variety in that way. Sorry, I'm just gonna move this. All right, here we go. Right, again, you can see sort of the population, what the seeds look like. So let's say I shared this particular variety with Shiloh, and then I didn't tell her anything. And Shiloh all of a sudden had these blue kernels pop up within this variety that maybe she didn't see in the initial grow out that she had. And you can look and see sort of what that population looks like or what the average kernel will look like within this particular variety. You'll also see different variations of cobs. So, you know, a white and a yellow, but also a yellow and a white, and then a couple spotted or mottled, and then different colors like blue especially is very vibrant in this particular variety. Again, more variation. And then they lay out every single seed within the lot. So you can sort of look at all of the different variety, not just as one solid group or like a cluster, but they'll all be laid out as well. And then of course, color, the color spectrum. Some seeds will have different information to show you like where, if it has additional information on its collection story or where it was. Let's see, I just have to stop for a moment. I can't see the entire screen. Some seeds will have information on like the background story or how they were collected or where they were collected. And it's, you know, it sometimes gives you an idea of where your seeds came from or how they made it into the USDA. And I do want to mention that the USDA is not a seed house. So it's, you do get limited information and limited, you know, it's, I guess, kind of like a withdrawal. You can't continue to just make withdrawals. You need to be very specific on what type of seeds you're looking for, because you can get limited or you will get shut down if you continue to request seeds. The nature of the work that I've done with USDA is for different rematriation projects and helping communities set up their own community seed bank, and also trying to find those particular seeds. So, you know, depending on the scope of work that you're looking at, and even just trying to reclaim it and put it into the community, put it back into the community, you can also notate that on your request. So the USDA did recently update this site, and it's a lot more user-friendly than it was. But the information I'm looking for is no longer here. All right, I think I found something else that'll work. All right, so this particular variety is one of my ancestral seeds, and it was taken care of by the, it was collected down in Nebraska where our tribal reservation is, or a federal reservation. So this Washange corn, there is some information written in their passport and a little bit of the narrative. So it talks about like who developed the corn, who provided it, where they received the seed from, and also any other additional information that they might have. So it's, you know, a lot of this stuff is not written by Native people themselves. This is from people who have received the seed and then sent it to the USDA, whether it was gifted or taken. So it's something to think about. You know, there's always two sides to a story. And I think the beautiful part about this is it opens the door for you to look to see sort of a little bit of a story that accompanies that seed, but remembering that this is not the story. This is not its complete story. You know, this is merely one chapter of its life, and being able to take some of this information and ask additional questions is incredibly helpful to find out what else there is to know about these particular varieties. So I hope that's helpful. I know it's just sort of a very quick, very quick overview of the GRIN site. But I would encourage you to look there as a resource if there are seeds that you're looking for within your community. And of course, you can always reach out if you need some help, but it's, you know, it's a fairly simple website to navigate now, or a lot easier than it has been in the past.
Thank you so much for sharing. If anyone has any questions, go ahead and raise your hand or put that in the group chat, or take a minute to think about something that you want to discuss. I'm not sure if any of, if you know this, Jessica or Shiloh, but Clayton said he wonders if there's a similar service in Canada like this. I don't know if Jessica, you know if there is any service like that in Canada.
So I'm not sure if there's a separate service for it, but there are seeds from around the world within the system. And so maybe that would be helpful. I guess my only question is if they're trying to ship something over the border, if they're able to ship seed.
That's a good question, because typically you're not able to do that. I think at least if you're carrying seed on your person. I'm not familiar either whether or not there's a system that like an organization or anything in Canada has put together.
I think Clayton's got some ideas to get it across the border.
Yeah, if folks want to take a look at the chat there.
Aaron Hayward had a question. Didn't you?
What was that, Bill?
I thought I saw a little hand up, Aaron's hand. She had a question. Aaron Hayward.
I didn't have a question, but my hand must have just been randomly up. But I will say that I have actually ordered seeds from the States and they did arrive in Canada. So keep that as you will.
Have you heard of an Anishinaabe hominy corn before, Shiloh?
Yes.
And has it been shared by all 3 Fire Nations, including the Potawatomi?
Well, there are different, there are still different varieties of corn that people, that Anishinaabe people use to make hominy. I don't know of one particular one that goes by the name of hominy corn though. But there are several different varieties that people in the area use to make it. I see your hand up too.
Sure. What I was wondering about was the corn germ. The germ in the corn, if that can spoil, like if you're storing corn for food, if that corn germ can spoil and get rancid. I was wondering if Clayton could answer that.
Yeah, if either of my co-presenters could take that one, I'm not sure.
If it's not fully dry, yes. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Everything has to be fully dry.
Oh, then it won't spoil.
So the germ actually holds some of the oil in the seed itself. So you know, so we're talking about water as opposed to an oil. So yeah, everything needs to be dried down. Some people use meters. I've never used that. I just but luckily we're here in like New Mexico, most everything will dry down naturally. So yeah, just be careful with the I think you can, if you have some corn or like in a container, you can put a moisture meter in there. I think it has to be below 5%.
Hey Jessica, have you heard of Cora Baker before? She was a Potawatomi lady who died years ago. And are you restoring your legacy to today through Dream of Wild Health?
Yes, I'm very familiar with Cora Baker. Cora Baker was a Potawatomi seed keeper who gifted her lifetime collection of seed to Dream of Wild Health. She was looking for somebody to be able to grow her seeds, and she didn't have anybody within her own community or any of her children or grandchildren that were interested in picking it up. So that's who Seeds I work with. And it's a huge variety of seed, a little bit of everywhere. And then of course, entrusted with seeds from across the upper Midwest, from other people who had heard what Dream of Wild Health was doing, teaching our youth how to grow food and preserve it and prepare it. And wanted to ensure this, the further existence and safety of their own seed, to be able to share it with us as an organization, and then continue to grow those seeds and also help give those seeds back to the community. But Shiloh, I'd love to hear what you had planned to share about container gardening.
Thanks. So I will share my screen. I'm first gonna talk a little bit about some of the things I think about as I'm selecting what varieties to grow. And I'd love to open up afterwards to hear some of the considerations that my co-presenters and other growers think about when you're selecting your seed to grow each year. And then I have just a couple general tips about container or small space growing. I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, but these are just a couple other general tips to keep in mind if you're doing more like container gardening. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. Just gonna take 1 second. So can everyone see that all right? Can someone give me a thumbs up? Good, thanks Clayton. Got my back. All right, so yeah, so first I'm going to talk about just some of the things I think about when I'm selecting what seed to grow from year to year. The picture here is actually a type of, I believe it's a flower corn that I grew last year. This particular corn variety was given to me by an elder in the Detroit community. However, part of the reason he gave it to me was because he had been given it several years before and didn't have space to grow, and he didn't want the seed to become unviable. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember the community of origin because there was no label on the seed packet. He couldn't remember any of the community of origin or really anything about the corn, even when the last time it was grown. So I didn't even know if it was going to sprout or not. But I lovingly took care of the corn and sang to her and really babied her, and she grew very well in this particular area. So I'm still in a process of trying to find her home. If anyone knows, you can see she's very dark red. Her silks are also dark red, and so are her husks. Just this beautiful dark red color. So one of the first things that when I'm thinking about, or that I recommend for others to think about when they're selecting their seed, is your personal preferences and needs. So think about the flavor, texture, color, size of things that you like to grow. Also about your space that you're growing in. So, you know, what is the growth habit of the varieties that you're looking at? And what that growth habit means is, for example, if you think about beans, there's bush beans, pole beans. And so depending on what your space is like, and if you have space constraints, you might want to choose other varieties over others. So when I was growing in a very small space in Detroit, I had bush beans kind of in the center of the garden, but there was a chain link fence along one side of the garden. And so I had pole beans there. They added, they were a runner bean, and they were just gorgeous because of their red flowers growing on the fence. But it also helped to maximize, use that vertical space that the fence offered, similar to how the corn does. And so by using that different dimensions of space, I was able to increase the amount of the different varieties I was able to grow. So we had the beans growing on the fence, the bush beans, more the center of the garden. And then I had another pole bean growing in our Three Sisters garden. And I could grow all those varieties in a really small space because, as Clayton was talking about yesterday, the ones I was growing at least are self-pollinating, so I didn't have to worry about them crossing with each other. But those are just some things to kind of keep in mind. Obviously, if you don't like summer squash, or you don't use very much of it, then you might want to look at more growing the longer season winter squash varieties. Also, I'm thinking about the cultural significance of the varieties. So my personal ties to history and to my different parts of my identity, thinking about my ancestral foods, and even not just the specific crops, but the specific varieties. that have a tie to my community and specific cultures that my family descends from. Also thinking about seasonal practices. So what foods, and this kind of ties in with spiritual or ceremonial uses. So specific varieties that are needed for ceremony, you want to make sure that you have those throughout the year when you're going to need those foods. So planning ahead of time and making sure that they have space in your garden. So the picture there is of, I know it by Odawa bean, but I've also, there's a very similar one that come from the Hidatsa. And that's one particular bean that's in my bundle. And then thinking about seasonality and preservation. So if we think about corn, there are many different types of corn. We have sweet corn, popcorn varieties, flint and flour corn varieties. And each of those have a different days to maturity that you'll have to be thinking about when you're planning your garden. Also thinking about if you want to be either if you want to do any food preservation or if you want to avoid that, different varieties of specifically in this case corn might be better suited for what you're trying to do. So for example, sweet corn varieties have higher sugar content, and so they don't do as well for just the dry storage, like hanging them up to dry and using them for later. So you would have to either can or freeze and use some type of more energy intensive food processing or food preservation methods. Whereas flint or flour corn varieties, I can braid up and hang to dry. And I don't need to use any energy inputs to preserve those over the season. And then I can process those later for hominy or grind it into cornmeal or flour later. In this particular picture here, I have several different varieties of corn that I've grown, and that little one that's kind of like furthest back, the smallest bowl in the photo, is actually some sweet corn that I scorched over a fire and then cut off the cob and dehydrated so that I would have some of that sweet smokiness from a sweet corn variety in the winter, but that I wouldn't have to put it in the like a freezer or can it or anything like that. And so again, another method of drying out that you can do. I highly recommend the scorched corn if you have a fire to access before sweet corn season passes. Really delicious. It's one of my go-to things in the winter to add to soups. You can just throw a handful in and it will rehydrate as your soup is cooking. Also thinking about climate and region. So Clayton spoke a bit about land races or like the heirloom or heritage varieties and how they've been locally adapted over generations to fit the climate and the soil and everything for a specific region. And so those are some of the things to think about, what is the hardiness of certain varieties? Hardiness kind of speaks to, how resilient a particular plant is to cold weather, cold temperatures. So for those of us that are here in Michigan and especially northern Michigan and into Canada, that's something we have to be really mindful of is hardiness and the length of our season. And selecting varieties that will do better in this region. Also thinking about water requirements. Some varieties are more drought resistant. So if you don't get as much water fall in, you know, in your area, or things, you know, things like that. Also days to maturity. So again, if you have a shorter season, you probably want to do fewer days to maturity, or look for something that will be a little bit better in your particular area. Also thinking about resistance to pests and disease. So some varieties are more or less resistant to disease and pests. As Jessica were mentioning, I think it was the Bear Island Flint is a little bit more susceptible to corn borers. I've grown squash that are more, they're more enticing to squash borer. And that doesn't mean you don't have to grow those. There are a lot of different strategies to try to avoid pests without using chemicals, like shifting your planting time, trying to protect the base of the vine from where the squash borer lays their eggs. And so that, because it's the larvae that eats through the vine as it's maturing. So it's just kind of knowing what the kind of pros and cons of particular varieties, so that you can kind of plan for that in your space. And there are different ways that you can do that. And then just thinking about your personal ethics. So there are different things to consider, like what is your mission and practices, values to take into consideration when you're selecting your seed, thinking about non-GMO versus GMO, differences between organic, chemical-free, pesticide-free, and growing natural, and what practices have been used. You know, I think Jessica might have mentioned it on the first day, but you know, not. You may want to avoid things that have been treated with any chemicals or coating to them. So those are just some things that I keep in mind. And then I'll make sure that these slides go out to everyone as well, but also thinking about whether or not something's open pollinated, hybrid, or the heirloom. And I kind of provided some definitions of those, because especially if you're looking in like a seed catalog or something like that, these are terms that you'll come in contact with, and this just gives a little bit of a explanation about that. But like I said, I won't go into that too much now, because I want to make sure we have some discussion time, but we'll send those notes out. So just some general tips about growing in container or small spaces. So you want to choose the right the right container for what you want to grow, but also the right soil. So I do not recommend using soil from the ground, because in my experience, at least in this area, is that it will get really compacted and in a container, and your roots might rot or become more susceptible to disease. You'll also want to, in terms of container, making sure that you have proper drainage in your container. So you might have to, if you're using something like a 5-gallon bucket, you might want to drill some holes in that to make sure that it's draining properly. If you're using transplants and not starting from seed, you want to make sure that you're picking healthy looking plants. We've probably all seen at a plant nursery, the ones that might be on the edge and haven't been getting good sun or not getting enough water. And so you just want to make sure you're picking healthier looking plants. Again, finding the appropriate varieties. You don't want a super vigorous thing if you're trying to do it in small spaces. know the preferred light conditions for what you're trying to grow, and find a good place either on your patio or in your yard to place that container. You want to make sure that you're watering often because in the ground, depending on your soil type, different soil types hold water differently. And so, but in a container, as long as it has the drainage holes, the water will either evaporate or drain out a lot faster. So you need to check your soil to make sure that it's staying moist or properly watered so your plants won't get dried out. And as I said about drainage holes, and then think whether or not you're going to need any plant supports like trellis, stakes, cages, twine, netting, things like that. So when you're thinking about your containers, you can use metal, stone, concrete, clay, wood, woven fiber. I've seen different like plant hanging bags especially for like herbs that you can hang out your window or maybe on a railing of your porch or something like that. You can also use you know, if you have 5-gallon buckets, I've grown tomatoes in those before when I didn't have space to grow. You can use your flower boxes and raised beds. There are a lot of beautiful plants that you can put in your flower boxes. I love to see things like your greens or nasturtiums, which have the beautiful orange and red colored flowers that kind of cascade out over the flower boxes and then have the edible flower that it's kind of peppery. Hanging baskets, they're different, similar to flower boxes and raised beds. A lot of different things you can grow in those. I've seen people grow strawberries and things like that, cherry tomatoes, a lot of different options. And the 5-gallon buckets or other large containers and barrels. So sometimes with the barrels, you want to make sure that if they're plastic, that they're food grade and that nothing toxic has been kept in them before. But like we made at home a water catchment system out of, it was a 50-gallon plastic container that a restaurant up the street had been using. Their pickles had been delivered in that container, and it was on like Craigslist, and they were trying to get rid of a bunch of them. So we picked up a few of those. Again, always thinking about how things can be reused and repurposed, especially when they're free. So the barrels can be used for some things. I haven't personally done this, but I've seen where people will grow things like potatoes in a larger container like that. Things that need some space. And then some specific crops that, I'll leave this up for a moment, that are well suited for containers and for different container sizes. So I'll stop sharing the screen now, but I would love to hear from my co-presenters and then from others, some additional things that you consider when you're selecting your varieties from year to year.
I try to select things that last. So I've been growing Bear Island corn, and I've been growing Annie Hubbard's winter squash. And I've also, for beans, I've been growing the purple beans. I think it's Arikara or the Cherokee purple.
Well, the Arikara.
Yeah,
Bill, I know that you're pretty far north. Have you found varieties that do really well with the shorter season?
Yeah. The Annie Hubbard squash holds up very well, and it holds up good in storage too, if you have it in a dry place. It's held up longer in storage than any of the other squash I've had. Also, I want to share with you, I had a problem with the slugs attacking my squash. So when the squash were about this big, I covered them with plastic bags and just tied the plastic bag like you get from the grocery store around the squash. It grew to full size, no problem. And the slugs couldn't get at it. They were pretty frustrated.
I haven't heard that method. I did see where people for the squash borer will put a little bit of tin foil around the base of the vine. I've also seen a Hopi farmer that I know will use the old, I don't know if, does coffee come in metal cans anymore? I think it's mostly plastic now, but the old metal coffee cans with the bottom taken out, and we'll put those over their squash plants until they get large enough to withstand the wind and help prevent from pests getting in.
But yeah, it definitely works to keep the pests out. My squash was perfect when I got done. There were no insects or anything in it. But it's just a regular bag you get from the grocery store, you know, with the two handles. You use them, just tie them together, and that's it. It'll grow right inside there with no problems. Everything ripens. Give it a try.
Shiloh, I just want to ask you if the Ojibwe and Potawatomi corns can be eaten as sweet corn. How can we tell if both of the corns are green to eat as sweet corn?
Well, sweet corn will be sweet, like noticeably sweet when you, even before it's cooked, when you bite into it. Also the seeds, I think for sweet corn tend to be pretty, I hope this isn't insulting to the seed, but kind of shriveled looking compared to, and if you search online, Blake, and look for, type in like flint corn or popcorn varieties, you can start to notice little characteristics of the actual kernel that distinguish them from each other. Like dent corn have it on the outside part of the kernel, like if the German, where it connects to the cob is down here, the outer part that's facing away from like outward will have a little dent. And so there are different little characteristics you start to see between the different varieties over time. But there are some great articles out online that show up close images of the different varieties, so you can start to familiarize yourself with some of those characteristics.
Can the Bear Island corn be eaten as a sweet corn when it's in the young stage, especially in the green stage?
I think that they can be, but I just don't think it tastes the way people like fresh corn to taste. I think people expect fresh corn to be sweet. Actually, I have a quick thing we were talking about crop loss for different reasons on the first day. When we were starting our program, food sovereignty program in Detroit, we had a community garden for a while in the public park, and we had a bunch of white flint corn from Walpole Island that we were growing out there. And I think people thought that it was sweet corn, and some people took a lot of it. And it saddened me that we had lost a lot of it. But also I was thinking about that. Most likely the folks that took it probably didn't know that it was flint corn, and they probably brought it home and thought they were going to have sweet corn and bit into it and realized it's not sweet at all. And I tasted it myself, like just a little bit. And that's partly like that sugar difference in the varieties is what allows it to be stored for long periods of time. So that lower sugar content and higher starch makes it better for drying out and long-term storage.
Sure. I grew a black corn a few years ago. I can't remember the name of it, but it was, they said within the first 3 days, you can eat it like a sweet corn. But after that, it's just almost like a field corn. And they were absolutely right. When it was ready, I picked it, I ate it. It was just like a sweet corn. But about a week later, you couldn't eat it that way.
I like to add a little bit to that.
Sure.
The genius of our ancestors is that corn, beans, and squash can be eaten in the immature stage, the middle age, and at their maturity. Those corns that you're talking about, if you get them, you know, if it's a flour corn, that's all we grow is those flour corns. If it's a really early milky stage, yes, we'll pick it. You can roast it or boil it, however you want to do, and eat it. I really prefer that flavor over those sweet corns. It tastes more like corn than a sweet corn.
How would you prepare that, Clayton?
We just pick them, we check them, and they're really milky. I mean, they're young. We cut it. We'll leave the green husk on. You can either roast them like that or you can boil them, but we leave them on that in the husk because you still get the sweet juices from there. Pull them back and eat them just like that. Or we can dry them. And then someone was talking about the roasted sweet corns. Here they do that with, you can do it with the white corns or the blue corns, and we'll dehydrate them, take them off the cob, clean them, and that's called chicos. We just had some last night. Chicos and beans together. Chicos and beans together last night with some green chili.
Here's a question for Jessica about the Ho Chunk Farm out in either Nebraska or in Wisconsin. Is the Whirling Thunder Farm still exist today? Whatever the Ho Chunk Farm, whatever the name the Ho Chunk Farm is.
Yeah, the Whirling Thunder Farm is still in existence, but I'm not quite sure what it is that they're growing there now. And then, of course, down in Winnebago, and maybe Steve Fisher can better answer this, but Stuart Fisher can better answer. But I know they've been doing amazing things down there at Ho Chunk Farms down in Nebraska.
So we do have a few questions that were put into the group chat. So from Roberta, they said that the climate has changed so much in some regions. It's just been irregular. So some of the plants seem confused and never blossom. So do you all have any suggestions about choosing varieties in this situation?
Well, I think that just within a few, and I don't know, my co-presenters might be able to speak to this better than I can, but by growing things and still, even if they've done better when the climate was what it used to be 5, 10, 20 years ago, we can, over generations, adapt them to the newer conditions. But also, I would say if you're able to plant multiple varieties, because as we've been saying, like different varieties are do better in different conditions. And so it's like not putting all of your eggs in one basket if you plant multiple varieties. And I think from what I've been taught is that our ancestors did that too, because you never know what a season's going to be like. You might have a really wet, cold spring. And so that might change, or you might have a really dry season and certain things are going to thrive in that compared to others. And so those are some of the things that I think about when it comes to that.
Clayton addressed that in one of his lectures. He said that the corn adapts to the growing season that you have. Many of the corns, whether it's going to be a dry season or a wet season.
They have that ability, but that's what I was saying. The more diversity of whatever, corns, beans, squash, plant those, and out of that grouping, you might find some that thrive more in certain seasons. The other thing you can be looking at is actually finding microclimates in your area. Closer to rivers. I don't know what it looks like up there. Closer to the lake, further from the lake, higher up, lower up. So that's why we need more people doing, planting those gardens and planting that diversity, and we'll find those niche places that'll be optimum for each season.
Part of the problem here is our wind comes out of the northwest. It's pretty brutal sometimes. So planting tree rows helps a lot as well.
That's a great point that Clayton brings up about microclimates. Michigan, many us Michiganders might already know this, but we have, right behind California, we have the most diverse agriculture in the state. And a lot of that has to do with the microclimates that we have. We're able to produce a lot of fruit, especially around like Traverse City area. Actually, the whole Lake Michigan coast. There are a lot of these microclimates that are really suited for different fruit that we can't grow in other parts of the state. And so, I think part of this is just really developing an intimate relationship with where you're growing and really getting to know the seasonal patterns and your microclimate of your particular area, because just as Clayton said, like right down a hill or by a river or something, it could be completely different. And your soil could be completely different from within several feet, and that might change what you decide to grow.
Hey, Clayton, how can we dry our pumpkin rinds in the sun during the summer? And is it possible that the native peoples do that today?
I've seen a lot of people do it. We've done it, but I don't know what your relative humidity and stuff is there. Here, like I was saying earlier, we can dry anything. We dry meat just on a piece of string. You don't have to do anything to it. So usually, the thickness, how you're cutting it, it depends on your climate, but it also has to be out of the sun, because the sun will leach nutrients from it. So you got to put it in a place where it's shaded, but also where you're going to get a nice airflow. That's, good luck.
Jessica, do you have any additional things that you think about when you're selecting your varieties?
Yeah, definitely. It's looking at, if there's seed that was gifted that's a little bit older, I try to get those in the ground. And then depending on what sort of the outlook looks like for the year, even just like the old farmer's almanac, just to get an idea of what they're expecting, if it's supposed to be really wet or really dry. And then I also use different, I use soil solarization to get things warmed up and dried out earlier, so we can get things, get the earth worked up and ready to plant. And then a different season extension also that I'm using to not only separate, not only to get things started earlier, but also to separate things and isolate things. So I know this year I've got some corn going in a little bit earlier in one of our hoop houses, and then just give it some time, take the plastic off. And that way she has an earlier start and doesn't cross with another variety. I know you can do a lot of hand pollination, but it's also one more thing you have to do. And I think it's, at least I hope, I think that the corn would rather just do her own thing instead of us meddling with her. And so wanting her to grow as naturally as possible too.
So I did notice that we did have one question, and please, if I missed your question in the chat, please enter in the chat again or raise your hand maybe, and please remind me. But from Andrew, he had a question. It was, would regional corn be more adapted to local seasonal natural cloud watering? So this kind of like relates to what we were talking about earlier with the irregular weather.
The general answer to that one, Andrew, is yes, just because the regionally adapted varieties are more suited to the area that they've been adapted to. But with that said, as we're talking about with climate change, that our seasons have been looking really differently than they have in the past. And so anticipating, you know, what that's going to look like is really hard. I feel like that's hard already in Michigan. You know, our weather changes pretty quickly. But I'll say that I think from the corns that I've grown, trying to think, I think all of them have been varieties that have originated in or adapted to the Great Lakes area. I do a lot of my farming. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend this, but it's just been kind of the circumstances that I've had to grow in. But I've done a lot of dry farming, meaning that I have, most places I've grown, I haven't had access to irrigation, or I've just kind of let nature do its thing and, you know, try to invite the different elements to help us out and to join us. But they've done pretty well. Sometimes I'll give a little bit of extra hand watering, depending on the size of the garden. At the beginning, especially, they need more moisture to get germinated and get going. And then my experience, they've done pretty well once they get started. But that time at the beginning is really crucial when they're emerging from their seed coats.
I saw something the other day you might find interesting. It was online. It was called the pole pump, and it had a pump inside of a pole that was battery powered, and you could move it anywhere you want on your property and pump water, and then transfer the water to somewhere else. I just saw it on the internet. I just want to make you aware of it.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that.
That's okay.
And part of my reason, I'll say, like, again, I don't know if I'm not trying to like recommend this to anyone, but part of my reason for dry farming is because I want to grow things that are most suitable for this area, that I don't have to put a lot of additional inputs into. And I mean, like, that I don't have to be too heavy-handed with like what I'm doing. I you know what I mean? Like I want to grow with nature and not try to impose my own will upon it. And so that's why I try to select things that are appropriate for where I'm at and the conditions I'm growing in, and try to, all those things I covered in my slide, the different considerations. But I also recognize that if people are trying to grow at any larger scale and trying to make a living in different ways, that irrigation is, or watering in general, is an important piece of that. But I think that there's a lot that we can all learn from the Indigenous people of any place where we're living, about their practices of living and growing sustainably, or even in a regenerative way in that particular place, rather than trying to grow something that wasn't intended or to grow in a particular area. I mean, things can be adapted, but I just don't want to personally, I'm not necessarily trying to do that, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to be very localized in my thinking and what I'm doing.
Those are some of the thoughts I had too. Yeah.
And
I got one more
oh, I'm sorry, Blake. Shiloh, don't feel bad. I do the same thing. So although we have a lot of irrigation here, precipitation here in Wisconsin and Minnesota, I do a lot of dry farming. What I've seen is that it grows stronger seed, you know, like those seeds that haven't been babied, you know, they've been babied and sung to in other ways. But when you give them a little bit of that tough love, they're able to dig down deeper to get the moisture that they need in the soil. And then also any of those nutrients. Of course, if we have a dry spell for a while, I will hand water when I need to, just to make sure they're still getting what they need. But, you know, anytime you are able to grow your seeds, and if you're able to grow those same seed every single year, those seeds just become even more resilient to the climate instability that we're experiencing.
I think we're wrapping up, so I think we have one. Okay, Shiloh answered it. If Jessica and Clayton, you would like to answer this. Sharon asked, has anyone tried no-till gardening?
Yes, I'm trying to move more toward no-till. I'm at reduced till right now. But then I've had a lot of success doing hugelkultur systems. So using some of that the fallen logs and fallen trees that I have in my landscape here, it's incredibly, oh my God, it's such a beautiful system if it's something that people are able to check out and incorporate into their own growing systems.
We don't plow. There's several other ways of I guess preparing the soil. You know, in our fields, our larger fields anyway, we own a tractor, but just primarily for cultivating. But I can ask the farm project here, and they have what they call a chisel plow. It doesn't turn soil, it just loosens the soil. And that's more or less what, you know, how we prepare. I know that the no-till just uses they just sort of rough up the top, I'll say. Yeah, plowing isn't recommended unless you're maybe doing a green manure, and then you can turn it over, but then you'll still have to prepare the surface after that again.
Hey, Clayton, one more question I got to ask you about Johnny Cakes. I've got Miami white flour corn and black. Could any type of corn be used for Johnny Cakes or corn pancakes?
I only grow and I only consume. I don't cook, so you'd have to ask someone else. I don't know.
Jessica? Jessica? Can you hear me?
Oh, now you're muted again, Bill.
All right. I've done some hugelkultur gardens, and they work very well. The only thing I've got to warn you about is don't put any cedar in them because it won't rot. And cherry trees, don't put any wild cherry in there at all, because they're allopathans and they will kill the plants. Just so you're aware of it. I didn't know that. I made one and everything in it died, so I found out why. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Bill. But yeah, definitely you want to make sure that you're looking at the species that you're putting into your pile. And making sure it's all good stuff too, because those seeds that you're growing are going to be feeding off of that for at least the next few growing seasons.
Can I say something about Johnny Cake? Thank you. we live here in Connecticut, so we're right next door to Rhode Island, and Rhode Island and the surrounding area is Johnny Cake land. You know, the Narragansett tribe was our neighbors, and but also here at Mohegan, and we use the Rhode Island white cap corn, flint corn, and to grind that up and to make Johnny Cake meal. There's a couple of grist mills in Rhode Island. I think one of them is Kenyon, and they've been grinding Johnny Cake meal for like centuries, you know.
Thank you all so much for sharing and speaking with each other. I think this went really well. If you all have any like additional information that you want to like speak about with the presenters or just with each other, feel free to email me anything and I will make sure to relay that information over to Shiloh, Jessica, and Clayton. Yes, so again, thank you all so much. Just a heads up, there should be an eval going out to all of the participants soon, so you can just give feedback on this workshop. And yeah, I think that's all I have for you all today. So thank you again for joining, and thank you to the presenters, Shiloh, Jessica, and Clayton, for everything that you've done for this workshop. I really appreciate you all, and I think it went really well. So thank you.
Big Rich. Thank you.
Itapita Montemawish.